Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, November the 17th. My name is Barry Anerson. I'm moderator of your trading room. Can I get a quick sound check, please, and let me know if you can see my screen? So I see a yup, I see a good, I see a yes. So I'm going to assume that is a go on all counts. All right, everybody. So, of course, the big news after hours yesterday, Tesla was added, is going to be added to the S&P 500. If you recall back in September, that was when it was supposed to happen. A lot of conjecture then. It didn't happen, but now it's a done deal. So I'm not sure exactly when Tesla is going to be officially added, but huge pop up for Tesla after hours, 13%, $53, etc. So there's Tesla. Now, SPY is a little bit light this morning. SPY is, we're in for a gap down day to start anyway. So we'll have to see exactly what happens once the market opens, but we're in for a gap down day. So let's take a look at what else is happening. Now, another big news is with Amazon. Now, this has always been kind of known, but I guess it's, I don't even know if the term is official, but definitely making strong forays into the pharmaceutical business, prescription drugs. So that has put a real, look at WBA, that has really put a hit into WBA, almost Walgreens, almost down 10%, big volume. So there is WBA. Let's take a look at CVS. I'm sure CVS is down also. CVS is down also. And I think this might be down because of that. I'm not 100% sure, but GDRX, I mean, it's not in the same vein as CVS, etc. But GDRX, I'm sorry, this is not. When I saw this, it said pharmaceutical preparation, so I'm wrong. Okay, so GDRX. Well, wait a minute. With RX in the name, yeah, okay, digital healthcare platform. So yes, okay, so I have a feeling this is down because of Walgreens, not Walgreens, but Amazon. Okay, so this looks like this was yeah, I remember this one now. This was an IPO back here, had a tremendous run up to 65. So I think the pressure is because of Amazon, AMZN. Okay, so that is GDRX down 18%, big volume. We don't even have a float for it. Okay, LXRX. This is really ripping here. LXRX. It's not a low float. LXRX. 103 million in the float, but it is ripping on their news. Positive data. It's I think some kind of a heart drug. 200. It broke through the 200-day moving average at 191. I was watching this one pre-market. It was just sort of hovering around that 191 200-day moving average. It is now through it. Is that the official ad date, December 21st? Thanks. Fuel cell is up. At least it was up. I want to see if it's starting to fade. No, it's actually holding its own. Fuel cell, FCEL, is up. You know, guys, I mean, look, if what in theory is supposed to transpire with all these charging stations, etc., then this whole EV sector is just really almost at the beginning when you think about it. I mean, look at the China EVs; they're still really doing well this morning. But it's the infrastructure plays too. So fuel cell is up, and plug is down. But before I wonder, well, why is plug down? Plug is down because they've done a financing. So keep an eye on that 22. It's the financing is at 22.25. So they've done a finance 38. So they're raising a lot of money, 38 million shares at 22.25. So it's just a little bit below that financing price. So the key will be to see how well it holds at financing 22.25, and it may lift from there. So definitely keep an eye. And you're right about RAD. Yes, a couple of people are commenting about RAD, Rite Aid. It's down 11%. A lot of volume too. Again, with the Amazon news. I mean, this is not new, but I guess today with what I read, it looks like it's I mean, it's almost a done deal. So I guess you'll be able to get prescriptions directly sent to your home from Amazon. It still has to go through a doctor, etc. But anyway, I don't know the logistics of it, but obviously putting a real dent into companies like WBA and RAD and CVS, even Walmart. Well, even Walmart does a lot of that too. I think they had earnings. Walmart had earnings too. And I think a lot of people thought that this would be going up today, but that might be down just because of Amazon. INO is down, and this is down. The only news I could find on it, and it's down. How much is it down right now? 3.5%. Roth Capital put a $8 downgraded them. I put an $8 price target on them. That's the only thing I could see on INO. And the aforementioned China EVs. So take a look at LI and XPEV. I think they're all, XPEV is up probably the most right now. NIO, let's take a look what NIO is. I think XPEV is up the most. And their, our dark horse is Candy, KNDI. Now, here is one that we might want to watch for a bounce. We see this happen quite a bit. This stock, BCLI, hopefully nobody was in this one. This was cruising along. Well, not quite cruising along. I mean, it was already been falling the month before. But sitting at $12 yesterday, they come out with their data. And obviously, late stage results are negative for this drug, for this company. So BCLI. Now, a lot of times what happens, now look where it is. There is, 375. Looks like there's a ton of support, but again, support could be an iffy thing when a company gets devastated like this. So, but anyway, could be some support. But we see a lot of times that a company that gets beaten down like this, a pharma that gets beaten down like this, can have a little bit of a bounce on the day of. I'm not saying it's going to happen, but we'll have to just have to wait and see. It is definitely flattening out right now. And a lot of volume, of course, and it's a low float, 25 million in the float. And that was an over allotment too. Yes, William. So a lot of exuberance about that particular financing. See if this one is holding. CTIB. See if it is still holding. Yeah, not bad. Very, very low float, 2.3 million in the float. Already traded 6 million, so this will trade the float multiple times today. And it is gapped way up here. I'm trying to see it. I didn't see any specific news. And again, when I'm just looking at the headlines, I don't see a specific news other than it's up. BT squared, I'll call it BT. This is big gap up for this one, and another one that I just don't see. I just don't have time in the pre-market to look at all these. If I don't see a headline that tells me why it's up, I just don't have the time to really delve into it. But BT is a big gap up. So if anybody knows the reason in terms of some kind of news, feel free to post it in there. IQ is down. I know why this one is down. This is an earnings play, but it is trying to rebound here. IQ is an earnings play. Now this one might be a sleeper. Lode, LODE. It is an earnings play. I do have an alert set up here around 137. It's a fairly low float, 26 million in the float. It is an earnings play. You can see I have put my alert right around 137, which is a high of 2 months ago. See if it takes that out. And if it can take that out, I mean, the high the previous month was up around 2. So, if it can take out that 130 odd and it gets close to 2, that'd be a great percentage move. So as always, just have to wait for the market to open. Oh, thank you very much, Rodax Hair, for answering that for WC in the YouTube feed. Thank you very much. And I think I have one other. Oh, how could I miss this one? But this has been crazy, and this is a crazy, crazy low float also. SQBG. I almost took this one. SQBG. But look at this. I mean, so this is Sequential Brands, and it is an earnings play. Look at the crazy low float, 1 million in the float. So, I mean, it's obviously already traded the float almost 1.5 times. Release earnings after hours yesterday. There's that mauve area right here. That's the after hours action. And then look what it started to do. Got up to 11.22, and then in a heartbeat, it just dropped back down to 9.51. So you have to be so careful with these low float situations. I mean, if you're going to take one of these, you cannot stray from your computer. All right. So we just have to wait to see how this opens. I mean, if this can base here for a while and then get another pop on volume, I mean, it's going to trade probably the float. Let's see, 1.5 already. I'm going to say 10 times today, at least. And let's see, what else is popping in here? Okay, so it's 9:16. So I think, first of all, before I do that, I do want to just put the link in. There is still time if you're willing to spend $8.99 for, well, basically the balance today, which is, so you'll get 4 days of trying out our service. I'm just going to put the link in here for $8.99. You'll have access to our full premium package. So again, I just want to, if you click on the link, the Test Drive November 2020 link, so just to completely understand, it is not 2 weeks now, all right? You know, it ends on the 20th, so you'll have 4 days. You sign up right now, you'll have the balance of today, which is, day hasn't started yet. So you'll have until Friday, it'll be 4 days. If you think that's worth it, $8.99, you can sign up and you'll have access to our full premium service, okay? All right, I just want to take a quick check to see what sort of upgrades and downgrades we have this morning from briefing.com. And as actually, we're almost we're sort of getting an evening out now. Over the last couple of months, there have been virtually every day, there's been way more upgrades and downgrades. We're sort of evening out now. So let me just get some of the upgrades in right now. Just a few more to go. All right, there are some of the upgrades. I'll get the downgrades in now. And again, for those of you wondering what I mean by upgrades and downgrades, these are just, I call them opinions by analysts, where they think a company may go in the future. Yeah, actually, there are more downgrades. I think this is the first day in weeks that I've seen more downgrades than upgrades. I notice Moderna, mRNA is being downgraded. And what I'm looking for really is to see if there are multiple downgrades for the same stock or upgrades. You know, three or more. I see GMS has got a couple of downgrades. FBM has got a couple of downgrades. Casper has a couple of downgrades. CSPR, I think they had earnings yesterday. All right, there are some of the upgrades, some of the downgrades from briefing.com. No WC. So what's going to happen? I had a question from the YouTube feed. Is Friday a deadline for subscribing at a discount price? My guess is, and I mean, I'll be in the marketing meeting today at 2 o'clock, and this is what typically happens. Maybe even a day or two before the test drive is over, there is a promo that goes out for the test drivers, and then the following week, the promo is extended to anybody else. And then, of course, we're going to have Thanksgiving. U.S. Thanksgiving. That is I guess that's next week, right? Next week. Thursday and Friday. So we'll have a promo for that also. What happened to Plug? It's a secondary. Yeah, Plug was a secondary. 22, what was it? What did I say here? 22, 25. A lot of money they raised. Let me just do a quick 38 times 22.25. So they raised about $850 million. That's a big financing they've done for Plug. And as always, if you want to follow my watch list up and down today, a couple of ways you can do it. If you from the toolbar, if you click on New, and then Channel Bar, and then where are you? Right here, Barry's watch list right here. Okay. Remember, everything in here is a layout. Everything in the channel bar is a layout. So before you do that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud. You can only have one layout loaded at a time. So you can follow along here if you click on my channel, or I'm still making available I'm going to post that in here, my layout that I'm using for the test drive, which does include those three windows. Oops, wrong one, sorry, just a minute. Here we go. So there's the layout link. And again, it is a layout, so again, make sure that before you load that, make sure you save your layout to the cloud first. And all my scans that I'm displaying, plus others, can be accessed from my home page. I'll just pop that in here also. So on my home page, so if you click on my homepage link right there, there's a lot of good information on my homepage, including, get out of here, including my scans. Okay, so if you click, as it says, click here, you'll see all the scans that I'm sharing. And as I said yesterday, I'm really going to start concentrating on my gap continuation or reverse. Excellent, Renee. Just sizing a window here. Okay, so, okay, this is really starting to give it up now. SQBG. So you got to be so careful with these. I mean, that's a ridiculous low float. a million, especially for well, at one point, that this was up to, I remember this day. This is a few weeks ago. This was not at least today you can say, okay, the reason for the enthusiasm is because of earnings such as they are. I can't remember why this happened that particular day. So Luis, you won't see anything until the market opens, okay? I just should always say this. So in this window here, the repeating version, you'll start to see alerts as they come in at 9:30. Here you will not see anything until at least 9:45. I put a delay for 15 minutes, okay? So nothing happens until the market opens. Jimenez, P Jimenez, you just have to close down your positions. So if you have a position, in fact, wait a minute, still have this one. So if you close down your position, just highlight it and flatten it, that'll get rid of all your positions. I had a question, how do I clear the Brokers Plus positions from last week? So you just have to, you'll highlight the ones that you want to get rid of and click on flatten, and that'll get rid of them, or them, okay? The reason why they carry over is because you didn't get rid of them, and why that's good is because a lot of people will want to practice swing trading. So if you take a position today, you don't close it out today, it'll carry forward for as many days as you want. I'm going to go into Brokerage Plus and all of that a little bit later. Just going to get set for the open. Yeah, so with some of these big flyers from yesterday, look at CBAT. Wow, look at CBAT. It's almost like a, yeah, look at CBAT. Really, down 23% after the big day it had yesterday. I don't see any specific reason. I'm almost looking for a financing. I do not see a financing though. So the question was, can the simulated trading account be reset balance? You mean to another number other than $100,000? At this point, I think you can request it, but right now, the default is $100,000. Well, you have to have the window open. You don't have to have it displayed, but you have to have it open. So for instance, you notice here, I don't have my price alerts window. I have it minimized. There's my price alert window. So you have to have it open, but you can minimize it so it doesn't take up any screen space. Does that make sense? So you have to definitely have it open. Okay. And I just minimize it. When I get an alert, it pops up. All right, give me one moment, please. All right. So I'm watching LXRX. LXRX is still through that 200-day moving average. I don't know what stage that positive data, I'm not sure what phase it is, but a big shot in the arm for this one. It's not a virus play, it's a heart disease, I think. I think that's the drug they have, so positive data for it. All right, everybody, it is now, wow, the market's going to open in less than 1 minute. In fact, about 10 seconds, almost caught up to me here. So I want to shut these windows down. And now we are open. So let's have a great trading day, everybody. don't typically take any trades in the first 15 minutes. Yeah, I don't know why CBAT is down actually. I thought it was a financing maybe, but they're all kind of weak. No, I shouldn't say that. Blink is not weak. I mean, it's you know, it's giving up a lot of the pre-market gains, but it is not negative like CBAT is. Okay, I'm just watching my gap continuation or reverse early on. Now look at plug guys. So I kind of thought this may happen. You know, they're raising a lot of money, which is not the worst thing in the world, of course. And I think investors, if this, you know, if the EV market just continues to shine here, so the financing was done at 22.25. So it's popped up just a little bit above the financing. Okay, now CBAT is coming back. This was a gap down now, and now it's trying to reverse a bit. Remember, I mentioned to maybe keep an eye on BCLI for a bit of a bounce. This is not shortable for me, so I'm not even going to attempt. I can't even attempt to short it. But maybe keep an eye on BCLI if it has any sort of a bounce. Okay, there's Rite Aid on the way down. RAD on the way down. Probably a sympathy play to Amazon getting in big now into the prescription business. And so Rite Aid is taking a hit along with probably CVS and WBA. Let's see what's happening with WBA. So Rite Aid is still gapping down, RAD. All right, this is an earnings play. Wow, look at this SDC. Saw this released earnings after hour. I saw that big spike up and then it gave it up. So this is an earnings play for SDC and is really starting to gap down now. And again, I like to wait the first 15 out just to let the things settle down a bit. Not that things are completely settled down after 15 minutes, but they sure aren't in the first 15. Look at INO, guys. So INO is really reacting to this downgrade from Roth to $8. That's the only news I could see on it. Yeah, I saw the ATHE that had really gapped down. Okay, it's trying to come back a little bit, but yeah, it did really gap down. Huge day yesterday, but it did sell off a lot. Got up to 360, closed at 283. I mean, it was a pretty, you know, look at these topping tails and bottoming tails on the daily chart. So I mean, it's down, you know, almost 20%. I know it's trying to pop here, but INO continues down here. That Roth downgrade is really, really hurting it. So what is the SPY doing? The SPY is, you know, we had a weak open. Just kind of holding right now. All right, LXRX, this is not shortable for me. Let's see if it bounces off the 200-day moving average. 191 is the 200-day. This is not a low float, 100 million in the float. So let's see if that 200-day holds. Again, I can't short this one. It's not available for me. At Interactive Brokers. Okay, Fuel Cell is still hanging in there. Fuel Cell, FCEL, is definitely hanging in there. Let's take a look at this on that monthly chart to see what sort of resistance there is. Okay, so the high in that month, which is back in 2019, looks like April of 2019, was 444. So it's almost right there. The next high looking left is kind of ominous, is that right? Yeah, 661, okay. So 661 is the next high looking left, if it can clear that high right there on that monthly chart. Okay, there is the first AI alert. Now, of note, this is not shortable for me at Interactive Brokers. Okay, so it's definitely the price range I like, but I cannot short this one. It's not available to short at Interactive Brokers. So if you were trying to auto trade this one and you have an Interactive Brokers account, it would be rejected. There's another one flying in the pre-market, CTIB, but now giving it up. Look at these. I mean, this is very typical of a lot of stocks that these cheaper ones with low floats. Very typical. They have all this euphoria, as I call it, in the pre-market. Market opens, reality sets in for a while anyway. Doesn't mean it's not going to base here and then pop again later on, but I mean that is really, really selling off. It's a big, it's a third off the highs, just about. No, we don't do Forex at all. Just stocks. Look at, I have been saying this, I think, forever. Well, not forever, but for a long time. Look at GRWG, guys. I keep calling this maybe the best cannabis play out there. I mean, I want to take a look at MJ to see. Is MJ? See, MJ is this is trading on its own. GRWG is definitely trading on its own. It is not. This is not sector driven. Okay, guys, LXRX now is right at that, it touched it, just about touched it, the 200-day moving average. Will that hold? Can it possibly hold it and then bounce off it? All right, look at RAD, guys. Look at the bounce for RAD. This is a gap down and reverse for RAD. Some of you were interested in that WWR yesterday. It is weakening. I noticed a couple people talked about SPI yesterday. Did have a nice little run, but it is, excuse me, it is starting to fade too. Okay, so Mogo is, a couple of weeks ago it did get up to, what did it get up to, about 250. Last week it got up to 234. It had some news getting into the global fintech market. All right, here's another one. Gap down and go. In other words, gap down and keep going down. So there's CODX. Maybe some support right around 11 for CODX. I'm gonna put an alert. It's gonna be way up here. I'm gonna put an alert around 457 for BCLI at the high of that candle right there. I know it's 20 cents away or so, but IQ is still weak, a gap down and go, earnings play. Look left on the weekly chart, and the next low looking left is, so it's below that one. So right here, I mean, 2257 on the weekly chart, so it still has some room on the weekly chart. I mean, for some of you who want to trade a little bit earlier, I mean, those are kind of the things to look for. You know, I just have no problem in sitting out that first 15. You know, here's CODX continues down. So the stop got hit. Yeah, I've said this many times. I'm not a big fan of the early AI alerts. Now that really bounced. Well, IQ continues down here. All right, AXTI, gap up and go. So let's take a look left, and the next high, 931, looking left. Boy, CAN is still really, really strong here. Not a low float either, 82 million in the float. Can't remember exactly why this went up yesterday, but had a big day yesterday. It's above yesterday's high. This will show up here. If it just has to keep taking out the highs of the day. I mean, it still has room. Look left on that monthly chart. In theory, it has room to get up to that 5 level. I'm not saying it's going to. I'm just, you know, all we do is we just have to look at some of these longer term charts to see what sort of resistance areas there are. Yeah, BCLI is having a nice bounce. Yeah, CVS, WBA, all getting hammered because of the Amazon news. Well, guys, this has been so whippy, you know, but I mean, I still have this feeling this could be, you know, a nice longer term hold. There's Palantir, PLTR. You had a, you know, another, I consider it kind of a strange day yesterday. Look at the gap up in the pre-market. Of course, the market, the entire market, virtually most stocks had gapped up, maybe not to that extent, but look what happened once the market opened. Anyway, we're back up here, and that's for the PLTR. I'm going to put an alert right here. That will be the, it may have, I think it probably gapped up higher than that in the pre-market yesterday, but that will be the official lifetime high, 1708 or so for PLTR. All right, there's Blink now. This is a gap up and reverse. It gapped up, and now this is a reverse. All right, keep an eye on AXTI. AXTI gapped up. It has not reversed yet. It is still hanging in there over $9. It's a, you know, reasonable float, 38 million, not super low, not high. I don't see. I'm just trying to see if there's any unusually high options volume. We don't have that. I mean, yes, it's at 95% right now. So, but it's only 424 contracts, so it's not like this doesn't trade very much option wise. I'm really watching this AXTI. The longer it holds, I mean, there's a high way back here. This is back in 2018. I don't think that's going to be that big a deal. AXTI. Now, remember, the market is weak. So, to go long something that I don't see any specific news on it, it's a bit of a stretch perhaps. So, I want to make sure I don't see any, I don't even know what they do. Semiconductor, so it's a tech stock, but all indices are down. Even tech is down too, so there's no disconnect right now. Disconnect meaning, sometimes we see, the Dow up or down, but tech is up, or the reverse. Is that what it is? Thank you, Bad Bob. Actually didn't know they were a China stock. Headquartered in Fremont, but it looks like, yeah. I am interested in this one. I mean, it's holding its own as the market is starting to drift down, but IQ continues down. Earnings play straight down. No real stop. XTI, guys, is starting to move. Okay, now remember I was saying about CTIB. It looked like it was but look at this. Look at the volume that is coming in. Low float. 2.3 million in the float. It is now really bounced off that 2. AXTI, guys, is on the move. I cannot tell you to take these. You have to make up your own mind. But I said I do like this one. So if you're wondering where I'm getting it, well, you can see it right here in the basic new highs and lows, but as I've said a couple of times now, my gap continuation and reverse, I'm really, how many reallys can I say, concentrating on this. And it's one of the scans that I'm sharing. I mean, almost like Vicky said yesterday, I don't know if Vicky's in the room, but wow, AXTI guys, okay. And there's William. Yeah, William. That's okay. I've just taken some out just because you've shorted it. And here's, there's the gap down and go. So let me there's the PLTR now, all-time high now, guys. PLTR, all-time high. So let me explain this window right here, okay? And again, you're more than welcome to have it. I think this could turn into my absolute go-to window for a long time now. Or scan. So this is what it's doing. If you right-click on it, this is a multi-strategy window. Multi-strategy window. So what does that mean? It means I can take as many alert windows, those A windows, and put it into a multi-strategy window. And typically, the reason for a multi-strategy window, typically it's because you have, perhaps you have only one monitor, screen space is a premium, Now, screen space is not a premium for me, but sometimes I like to group strategies together in one multi-strategy window. So this is what's happening in here. Let me explain these 4 strategies. So gap up and go means the stock gapped up and it kept going up. Gap down and reverse, and then it gapped down, and then it is having a reversal. So it's starting to move up. Gap up and reverse means it gapped up, and now it is starting to come down. And of course, gap down and go, like the IQ, it gapped down and it kept going down. So look at IQ. Okay, so, you can have that. Let's see if that's my link. Yeah, you can access all of my scans, including that one, from my home page. It may be the only scan you need. Well, I don't have it in the pre-market, okay? I wouldn't use it in the pre-market necessarily. One of the reasons is because I think they all have a relative volume filter in here. If I took it out, it's possible. Except I may have something that says it has to be a certain amount above the open. So, it hasn't opened. Obviously the stock is not open, so nothing will appear here. I personally wouldn't use it in the pre-market. But you can try. Let me just see configure all. I want to see if the relative volume filter is one of them. Let me just break one of them out. Just want to see what it looks like. It might be something to do with the open. Yeah, so here I have it has to be above the open. Or sorry, the open is above the, so it hasn't opened yet. So, if you wanted to, you could, you'd have to get rid of these filters, this filter in each one of them. I just wouldn't use it pre-market. But you can, if you want to. But that's why nothing will happen, because the open has to be at least 50 cents above the previous close. So, of course, the market hasn't opened yet in the pre-market, so that's why you won't get anything. See, we can both make money, William. You're short of AXTI. Am I long of AXTI? I'm all out now, but I'm going to keep watching it to see if it just recovers a bit. So there's from my watch list, CTIB, 241 for the CTIB. There's the alert. Wow, this VRTV is this is a gap down and go down. There's really no support for this one on the weekly until around the bottom here is 1430 or so. This is continuing down below the whole number also. I love those. Below the whole number. And it's a low float though, 12 million in the float. So if you took this one, you do not leave your computer. Yeah, waiting for that pre-market high is, you're giving up, 50 odd cents. So I don't know. I still have my doubts that it's going to continue higher, but it might. It's the pre-market high was 303. So if it got to 303, even there though, the next high looking left is not that far away on the monthly chart. All right, so this, for whatever reason, I did not see this one as an earnings play. I think the volume was too light. It obviously picked up now. This is an earnings play. GAN is an earnings play released after hours yesterday. There's that mauve area. Now, of interest, CTIB at the beginning of the day was a gap down or a gap down and go. Okay. I'm sorry, it was a gap up and reverse. So it had gapped up and then it reversed, but now it is a gap up and go. So a little bit, when you get mixed signals, sometimes I would just choose not to trade it. Kirk is on the move here. No, this is could be interesting. It's not. I thought maybe it was an earnings play, but no. November 24th, it has earnings. So next week. So I'm all out of the AXTI, but I'm still kind of interested in it to see. Yeah, it takes out that high right there. Just putting my marks when I do my video. Okay, so I'm watching some of these ones that were really strong in the pre-market. What the market is doing, what is the market right now? So 400, SPY's down, of course, a lot. NAS, no disconnect yet. Let's take a look at tech. How is Tesla doing? Is it still holding? Oops. Yeah, it's still holding. It's dropping a little bit here, but again, if you're unaware of what happened with Tesla, they have been out officially. They will be added to the S&P 500, and somebody posted that that'll happen on December 21st, but it is now a go. Look at RAPT, guys. This was so weak yesterday. Gapped way down yesterday. There's the low, 1462 or so. Okay, so now if you're going to attempt this one, just be awfully careful, okay? SQBG, it only has 1 million shares in the float. This is something, but look what it did in the pre-market. It got all the way up to 1128 and then almost in a heartbeat. This is a 5-minute chart, but this really, really dropped. If I had a 1-minute chart, you'd really see this. But, this is now starting to gain traction again. Style Bita, good morning. So one of our little high flyers from, wow, look at FUV. So it had earnings yesterday. This is shortable also. FUV, actually after hours, After hours, it really got weak, almost like they had a financing. Hmm. I think they released after hours. We have it here pre-market, but I think they released after hours. FUV. I'm just looking here. I think that, yeah, I think they may have released after hours. Sure looked like they did pre-market. That's what we had, but uh, yeah, they missed. What I'm seeing here is EPS. They lost 15 cents a share. They were projected to lose only 13% or 13 cents a share. Weaver's Nest. Good morning. Okay, IQ is, look at that. Look at this on the 2-minute chart. I mean, there's a little pause there. This has just been straight down on earnings. And next low looking left, looks like that's around 22.81, so it's getting close. So yeah, look at this SQBG. Again, if you're going to take this one to be, just be really, really careful here. Lure lie. I'm sure you meant. Li. Torps. I see the U is right beside the I in the keyboard, so I'm sure that was just a miss hit. Really? Well, come on. I didn't see a loop. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. Excuse me. I would have bet everything I had that you meant LI. But you're right. Lufax. They look like they're at another China stock. I don't think I've ever seen them before. All right, well, if you have shorts available, I just don't have shorts available. LXRX, that's very interesting. Look at the 200-day moving average right there. So it's trying to break down below it. Lucent, but that's a China stock. I didn't think Lucent was a China stock. Even 20 years ago. I may be wrong. It may have been LU back then, but I don't think, I may be wrong. I do kind of remember Lucent. So it's possible that they disappeared, and then this company did an IPO back here and adopted that symbol. There you go. Well, if you can hang on, I mean, this is, again, this is not a recommendation, but I mean, you're looking for potential swing trades. It is still very whippy, even with, 722 million shares in the float. 1720. I mean, I guess it's not that whippy, but this is very interesting. I mean, it's an all-time high right here. IPO'd back here a couple of months ago to a lot of fanfare. Didn't do anything for the first 2 months. Look at this month, though. Had earnings, and actually the day it had earnings, I think this was, November 12th post-market, so I've got to look at November 13th. Yeah, so this was the reaction. So it actually It actually gapped down, and it did still below the, no, actually there was the close. So it did actually finish a little bit above the close the day before, but so earnings are behind it. But it's just an idea. So this is how I kind of like to look at these gap down and goes. So this gap down and go, this was a gap down and go. It had a little bit of a respite here, a little bit of a pop here, but you can just kind of see that if it can take this out again, this could just continue down. You know, this is just maybe a momentary blip. Okay, so you notice, again, this is just not shortable for me. So there was a re-entry for RMED. That's why this, if you have the sound alert on, that's why you would have heard the sound alert. It did get stopped out, but you notice there was a potential re-entry for you at 449. It's just not shortable for me. So I'm going to stick an alert for GAN around 1512. See if it takes out that low again. The reason I'm interested is that it has some room to the 14 level. So if it can take out 15, it might have some room to get down here. It is an earnings play, so you know it'll be active all day. It's a low float, 22 million in the float. All right, well, I guess I have to put this up. Riot, of course, with blockchain, crypto, etc., just, yeah, on the way up again. There's the, I'm going to call this the ETF for crypto, GPTC, even though it is a pink sheet stock, but it trades, lots, and the spread is never bad. So, it's a one pink sheet stock that you can certainly look at. Okay, there's the GAN guys taking out that low. GAN taking out the low. So, I mean, there was a good alert. Yeah, it's a good alert, but I really wanted to caution people. SQBG, so the alert was at $9.55. What did it do? Got up to 10.66. Yes, it's $1, but look what happened. I mean, you've got to be so careful. It's not shortable for me. All right, now what about ANH? ANH, now look at this one. So the high looking left on the monthly chart is 212. You might have to wait for that. If it can clear, if that can clear, I'm going to stick an alert at 212. And it's not a low float, so it might be, it might not be incredibly dynamic. But 97 million in the float, takes out that high. Look left on that monthly chart. Through the 200-day yesterday, $1.88, so that is cleared. And CTIB 241, got up to 277, just kind of watching some of the things off my watch list. Oops. What's the range or ratio of a low float? If you're at, so is the question, what do I consider a low float? Is that the question? Okay. Well, and this is my opinion. Others will have maybe have a different opinion, but I think anything under 20 million is a low float. And then the lower, the better, if a stock is in play. So again, for those of you who are new and not familiar with the float, so the float is the available number of shares that can be traded on any given day. So if you look at most, well, not most stocks, they'll have what we call a shares outstanding, and then you start subtracting what the insiders hold, maybe mutual funds hold. Now these little ones, you know, that goes by the wayside in terms of mutual funds, but you subtract that, and that gives you the float. So when a stock is in play, and what I mean by in play, it has some kind of a news catalyst. So today's news, so the news catalyst for Sequential Brands, SQBG, it's an earnings play. So released earnings after hours. You can see the reaction right there. There's the mauve area. So that is the news catalyst. Now, you know, a news catalyst can come in different forms. Let's say an earnings play, or literally, you know, some of the biotechs especially, you know, they might release data on whatever they're doing. So that can be a catalyst. So when the supply, which is the float, is very low, and that is extremely low, and the demand is high, that causes this sort of action. Okay, so I mean, you can see right there, it's already traded 8.8 million. The float is 1, so it's traded almost 9 times the float. I think I said at the end of the day, it'll probably be 20 times the float. So the good news is, yes, stocks can explode. The bad news is that they can go down as quickly as they went up, sometimes more quickly down than they went up. That's why I always say, if you're going to take these low floats, you cannot just take a trade and then wander away from your computer, do a few things, come back 5 minutes later. You may not be very happy. Okay, so another almost 45 minutes in the books. Oh, you mean from way, way, way back? I don't have it anymore, William. They did something, I think they wanted me to subscribe, or no, I don't have that anymore. So I don't have it anymore. I know what you're talking about. I would just, you know, I mean, GBTC probably gives you as good an indication as any. I mean, there was the high back here, 2018. So my guess is that Bitcoin is almost at those highs. Almost got to 20,000, I believe. All right, well, things have settled down a little bit for me in terms of the alerts that I am getting. So I'm going to watch this ANH and see if it can take out that high right there. And that might get me into this trade. 212 is the high looking left on the monthly chart. That's about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 months ago. And this is not a low float. 97 million for a $2 stock, that's pretty high. Meanwhile, Riot. Again, this is that monthly chart way back here. That was the peak of the crypto craze. Now we do have a crypto channel, guys. So if you click on new channel bar and you want to follow along, now my guess. where are you? Oh, I know we used to have one. I'm sure it's still there. I just can't. I just. Did we get rid of it? Well, Riot is a blockchain stock. Okay, that's why Riot is, well, it's called, I'm going to assume it's a blockchain stock because it says Riot Blockchain. Okay, and there are other ones like Mara. Those are the two that, seem to get the most traction for cheap ones. Did we get rid of our crypto channel? Okay, guys, help me out here. I don't see it. Is it just me? Looks like we got rid of our crypto channel. All right, who are you? DNK, Phoenix Tree Holdings. Where are you out of? Out of China, okay. Not too familiar with DNK. It's a low, fairly, well, it's not a low float, 33 million. It's not crazy high. I don't see. Boy, that downgrade for INO has really hit it. Yeah, we used to have, so I'm going to just ask. All right, I'm continuing to watch this BCLI and a little pop, and it's just resting at 4. Anyway, DNK. I don't know. Again, I can't see any specific news on it. So the AI very, very quiet right now. Yeah, again, I have a mind to just take a listen. I'm not going to tell anybody to do this, but I have a mind just take a little bit of this and hold on. I mean, this just looks like it. If you're unfamiliar with Palantir, PLTR, this was a eagerly anticipated IPO, but it was a bit of a different IPO, sort of a direct-to-market, bypassing the big financial firms that usually get involved with IPOs. And it struggled the first 2 months. But it is, almost, well, not quite double this month. If you put a yes, Asia, it'll, yeah. So the question went in the YouTube feed. If you put a target in, and I'm going to go over Brokers Plus in just a little bit here, but yeah, if you put a target, it'll take you out. If the target is hit. It is a big float. That's one of the reasons I think Torps. It was a big float, so took a lot to move it, and it had earnings very quickly. And earnings release on the 12th, which didn't help it really. but at least it's you know, don't have to worry about earnings. So guys, if you are going to swing, you know, a PLTR, remember with a swing trade, you have to have a lot wider stop. I don't know where you'd put it. You know, you could, I mean, I'm not saying to put it down here, but I mean, there is a support. So you're talking about a $3 stop right there. But, you know, I mean, it's at an all-time high, so who knows where it's going to go. So if you put a $3 stop on it, then your expectation has to be at least $6. Okay, a 2 to 1. I can't tell you. Well, if you're swinging it 20%, that's well, it's 340. So I don't know if it's too much, but I was asked, is 20% stop too much? You know, I can't answer that. To me, that 20% though is just sort of a made up number. Okay, so when I look at the chart here, I mean, just look at the lows right there in those 3 days. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 days ago, and right around 1450. That looks like pretty good support. That's where I'd probably be putting my stop if I were going to be, you know, swinging this with the expectation that this has a lot of room. Yeah, that's just what I see, John, when I look at the chart. Okay, I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. So again, if we're talking about PLTR, you know, and it's a potential swing. So, I mean, if you're only, it depends on your account size, of course, but I want to make the math really simple here. If your stop was 1450 and you're getting in around 1750, that's a $3 stop. So if you're willing to risk $300 on the trade, you know, according to your account size, then, you know, obviously you could buy 100 shares. Can I scroll price up and down in the chart? I'm not sure I know what you mean. You talking about moving up and down here? If that's the case, no. You can move sideways, but not up and down, no. All right, so how's the trade of the week doing? The trade of the week was, what was it, 852, I think was the trigger yesterday. There's the trade of the week. I held this overnight, so this is why it's active here. Okay, market is putting in a bit of a recovery right now. Looks like the downward trend has been stemmed for the time being. Look at DNK, guys. Wow. Again, I don't see any specific news for it. Which stock was I? Oh, Blink, BLNK, okay. Yeah, but it's a gap up in reverse right now. Is that what you're talking about? No, you can't be talking about Blink. Which one were you talking about? Oh, you're talking to. I just saw the Barry. I saw the Barry, so I thought you were talking to me. But you're talking about CBAT, okay? little disappointed in the AXTI. It just didn't keep. That might keep moving higher. What did it stall at? 938 was the high. What did it get up to? 965. So it did take this out pretty easily, but starting to drift down. So that was just a very quick trade for me. Whereas IQ just continues down. Boy, little bit of a pull up here on the 2-minute chart. Minor on the 5. Virtually nothing on the 15s. Getting closer and closer to a potential support area. 2251 is the low of that week. So it's getting closer and closer. GRWG, again, very whippy. This is why when I'm talking about swing trades, you cannot put tight stops on these. If you're looking to swing trade, these sort of stocks, you have to put, pretty wide stops on. You're taking probably fewer shares with wide stops, but with the expectation, of a multi-dollar run. And as always, you have a stop in place. So if it hits your stop and you get taken out, you're not, you have to have a manageable dollar amount that you're willing to lose on the trade. And we have, okay, so this looks like, this looks like an IPO, DGNS, but this looks also like, is this one of these SPACs? Yeah, I don't think it's today. I mean, they're talking about it. I'm pretty sure it's not today. Yeah, it's not today. You're talking about the Airbnb. Well, you'd have to manually do it, Asia. You cannot have it. You have to manually do it. If you're exited a trade, then you have to manually do it. The question was, how do you set B plus to re-enter? So if you get out of a trade, then you just basically go to where you want it to re-enter, and do a conditional buy and just set it. So that specific do I have a channel for quarterly? That specific, no. I think we have a fundamental channel that you can take a look at, but for that specific, we're here fundamentals. You can click on that, and definitely not in revenue guidance. Okay, we don't have anything like that. Well, Riot on the move here. Again, blockchain, lots of volume, 12 million shares already, 6.5 times normal. Yeah, the only way you can do that, Asia, is if it hits the re-entry, if it actually hits the re-entry price. But for that, it has to be stopped out and then come back, okay? So I don't think you're not going to be able to do what you're looking to do. I'm talking to somebody in the YouTube feed wanting to, when he gets out of a trade, to have it re-enter automatically, and that won't happen. Unless re-entry is enabled, you can click here. So for instance, you would have had, if you did that, you would have had a re-entry, not that it would have worked, but 449 for RMED on a short. But to do exactly what you're talking about, no. So there are the two guys, the two blockchains, Mara and Riot. So this is a SPAC, yeah. So this is Dragoneer's second SPAC. So it's at $10. So it is a SPAC, guys. One of those SPACs. If you don't know what I'm talking about, SPAC. Look it up. It's an acronym. SPAC. Another one of the numerous SPACs that have been we've been inundated with SPACs this year. Okay, well, it's 10:30 already. Okay, so fast morning as usual. First hour just flies by. So if you're new to the room, welcome to the room. This is the format Monday to Friday between 9 a.m. and 3 p.m. Eastern Time. Sharing my screen, live on the mic. There is still time. There is still time. One moment here. I'm just answering somebody here. Okay, if you are, okay, first of all, I just want to put in the test drive link in case you do want to take part in the test drive. Okay, so if you click on the test drive link that I just put in here, I should put it in the off topic too. If you click on this test drive link, so again, I don't want to misrepresent this. You will not get 2 weeks. You know, the balance of today plus the next 3 days. So if you think that's worth $8.99, then you can sign up for it. You'll have access to our full premium service. Okay, so that is the test drive. Tomorrow is the last day that you can actually sign up for it. Now, on my homepage, which I'm going to put the link in, a lot of good information. So if you click on my homepage link, there is a promo code. So if you want to take out a subscription right now, you can't wait, then there's a promo code you can use. Barry for Alpha, 15% off the first month only or the entire year. If you click on Get Trade Ideas, it'll show you how much Trade Ideas does cost. We have 4 plans. So we have a premiums and a standard annual. The premium annual is $22.68 a year minus the 15%. And the standard is $10.68 a year minus the 15%. The big difference between premium and standard, there are other differences, but the big difference is the AI. That's the main reason why people subscribe to the premium service, so they can follow the AI all day. You do not have to take out an annual plan. If you want to go month to month, that's fine. $118 a month or $228 a month minus the 15%. Remember, that's the discount's only good for the first month. There's so many people, they think it's ongoing. If it were ongoing, then why would anybody take on an annual plan if the discount's the same, right? So anyway, that's very typical. So we offer, of course, on a prorated basis, the annual at 15% off for the whole year is obviously better than going month to month once that first discount is over after that first month. If you do decide, though, you want to upgrade from standard to premium or monthly to annual, you can do so, and we'll honor the 15% promo code. On my homepage, also, you can get the trade of the week sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning, usually around 30 minutes before, 30 to 45 minutes. This week's trade of the week is CLF. The trigger was at 852, so it's performing not too badly. I do a recap every day. You can sign up for it right here. My scans, all the scans that I'm sharing, right here. Okay, especially this one, this gap continuation to reverse, that I'm really paying attention to now. A lot of education on this link right here. I do want to put the one link in on its own, the 20 lessons in 20 days. And let me just put it in here. I don't know. I'm not a big country fan, but it's okay. 20 short lessons, okay? So I really encourage you to take a look at the 20 short lessons, okay? These are, I know it says 20 lessons in 20 days, but you can certainly go a lot faster than that. And if you're new to Trade Ideas, I really recommend you take a look at this. If you're part of the test drive, take a look at it. And if you don't have Trade Ideas, I would take a look at it so you can see what some of the basic features we have to offer. You know, what is a top list, how to build one, what is an alert window, creating one, etc. Okay, so really recommend you take a look at the 20 lessons. That link also has, so the daily support lessons, join the live support. So we have two feeds going at the same time. This room that you're in, of course, this one right here. And there's also a, all right. There we are. There's also a daily support session between 12 and 1. So I moderate the YouTube feed between 9 and noon, 12, and then somebody else, one of the other traders, takes over. Today is Steve Gomez, who is the originator, almost 100%. Sometimes he has a little help from Andy, but he's the originator of the trades of the week that you get every Monday morning. So he'll be in on, he's in on Tuesdays. So from 12 to 1, you can join that live support session. I take a break here between 12 and 12:30. So if you click on that link right there, you can sign up for it. There's, of course, the room. Daily webinars. We're off our schedule for this test drive, and we'll probably have an abbreviated schedule next week because of the Thanksgiving holiday in the States. But when we get back to a normal schedule, it'll be Monday to Thursday at 5 o'clock Eastern Time. All free. You can sign up for them here. And a lot of educational videos here. You click on that, see all the educational videos that we have, and trading books, ebooks. Okay, so we got to have on my homepage a lot of information. And did I get rid of you? Oh, there you are. Phew, thought I accidentally closed down the room. Okay, just give me a moment, please. I'm going to go over the AI and Brokerage Plus. Just a minute, I just got to size my window here in my other monitor. Just give me a moment here. Okay. Okay, so let me try to answer a couple of these questions before I discuss the AI and Brokerage Plus. Well, WC, I mean, you know, if that was your plan to get out at the bottom of that red candle, then that's your plan, okay? I mean, the fact that it went back up afterwards, I mean, but if your plan is to take it out at the bottom of a 5 minute candle, you just have to stick to your plan. You know, check out the next one that happens to see if it actually rebounds. I mean, if you're thinking that maybe 5 minute is too short, then maybe try 10 minutes. Meanwhile, look at Way. Wow, look at Way. WEI, consumer lending. Look at, I think that's a little bit like the DNK, I believe. Another China stock. Yep. What a great gap up and go. It gapped down. This was actually at the beginning of the day for Blink. This was a gap down or gap up and reverse. Now look at it for Blink. So the trade of the week and the other demo webinars, definitely not this week. Probably there will be one next week, Monday and Tuesday. I doubt very much if the Q&A will be on Wednesday, just because of the holidays on Thursday, and we have a half day on Friday, U.S. Thanksgiving. So I would say full will be the following week after that, so whatever that week is. So the week of the 30th, starting the 30th, November 30th, I'm sure we'll be back to our normal schedule. Yeah, that is something, North. Disregard it. Yeah, you're not actually binding yourself to a subscription. I know it looks very confusing and all, but you're actually not binding yourself to a subscription. Okay, so kind of disregard that, and it'll go through. If you're still having an issue with that, then let me just get you to the home page, and somebody will tell you. I know sometimes it looks a little daunting, but we're not actually making you take out a subscription. So when you click on the homepage link, you'll see a little pop-up right there, Q&A, okay? So, yeah, I mean, I don't know what you got on the particular one with that you were trying to take, but it's possible. Man, I've missed this one. That's too bad. I missed this one while I was talking. 620. This is right up my alley here. I love the ones under $20. But you have to also, if you don't know what the limit offset is, Benair, then I don't know if you watched this video, but that's possibly the reason why I didn't take it. So, when you wanted to take this trade, the stock was past. I mean, I don't know if you're talking about this one, but for instance, if I take a look at the AI and I take a look, so you see that limit offset? If you do the same thing, take a look at any one of the AI strategies, right click and edit the long trading strategy as an example, and take a look at your limit offset. So, I mean, if it was, 2 cents, then it may not have filled the trade because it was moving too quickly. The offset basically says this. Okay, there's the entry, but if the stock is moving quickly, you're almost for sure not going to be able to get an entry at 629. So how far outside of 629 would you be willing to take that trade? That's what the offset is all about. So, I mean, if it was 2 cents, I mean, maybe by the time, even though it's auto trading, by the time it could actually try to take that trade, maybe it was at 632, which is 3 cents outside. I mean, I can't know for sure because I don't know what settings you've got. This plug, guys, is really strong. I mean, it has really recovered from the financing. I know it's down, but they did a financing at $22.25. They're raising about $850 million. So this is very, very strong. So even though I know it's down, but you have to know why it's down. And so investors are looking at this and going, okay, we didn't like it exactly, because it's any current investor, you're having your position diluted, but you have to look at it more long term, I guess. So they're raising this money for, I suppose, all the right reasons. All right, let me talk a little bit about the AI. So we have what we call 50 baseline strategies, and at the end of the trading day, the AI gets to work on optimizing these 50 trading strategies. So that's what happened after hours last night. And out of the 50 strategies, these are the ones that made the cut. I wouldn't get hung up on why a strategy makes the cut. Just accept the fact that these are the ones that made the cut out of the 50. How I would watch the alerts is this way. From our toolbar, click on New, and then AI/Holly Strategy Trades window, the Trades window. You do that, and you'll see. This is the window that you will see, and you just have to wait for the alerts to happen. There's an entry, there's a stop, and it's up to you to manage the trades. Now you can take this window and you can actually incorporate it as part of your layout, so you don't have to go through that exercise every morning of loading the window. Nothing happens in the pre-market. The earliest alert would be 9:35. You can see there was one there. Didn't turn out well, but that's the earliest alert that you'll see. And again, you just wait for the alerts to happen. This is the Brokerage Plus window. Now, before I describe the Brokerage Plus window, I'm going to put the link to the Brokerage Plus video in. Okay, so that there is no misconception here, Trade Ideas, first and foremost, is a scanner. Okay, this is what you see. These are the alert windows that I've created, scenarios that I like to see, okay, ideas, okay. It's a scanner first and foremost. It doesn't matter what brokerage platform you have, okay, it doesn't matter. Now, we do, if you click on Tools and External Linking, and by the way, all this is just available in the app. If you're on the web-based version, none of this is available. But we do link with many brokerage platforms using our External Linking tool. Now, what does linking mean? Linking means this, is that when I click on an alert, instead of my having to type in the symbol into your brokerage platform, it'll automatically load. So, I mean, if you're like me, who clicks on a lot of symbols all day long, it would be a real pain if I had to type this symbol in all day long. Now, if you don't clicking on too many symbols all day long, it's not a big deal to type it in. But that's what linking does, okay? It's a time saver. So it doesn't matter what brokerage platform you have. We link with many of them. But again, it's just a time saver. Now, Brokerage Plus, though, if you happen to have an Interactive Brokers account, you can actually use this Brokerage Plus to trade. It's not mandatory. Absolutely not mandatory at all. Look at GAN guys trying to take out 15 now. Oh, it just did in a big way. Sugar. I always have to watch myself, but I wanted that one on that 15 break. Look what it did. Oh, man. Okay. So hopefully that is clear, okay? You don't have to have an Interactive Brokers account or even use Brokerage Plus to use Trade Ideas. It's just a sort of a feature that we have that if you do have it, and it has to be Interactive Brokers, it's not the light version, but their pro version. So if you did have an Interactive Brokers account, you have to watch that video, the Brokerage Plus intro video, and it'll show you exactly how you can use this window and set up things like this, buying your own buying and shorting parameters, okay? But you have to watch that video. Now, the other way to use Brokerage Plus is this is part of the standard service. Doesn't matter what broker you're using, you can use it in what we call simulation mode or paper trading mode. So all I have to do is click on Sim right there. from the window, from the toolbar. Click on Sim. The window will show up. Brokerage Plus window will automatically load. And it's using our real-time data. Okay, it doesn't matter who your broker is, it's using our real-time data. It's right there. It just popped in underneath, Mark, okay? So it uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter. So why you see this one here is this is a trade in the simulation that I took yesterday. This is the trade of the week, CLF. So I took it and I kept it overnight. And so you can paper trade and practice swing trading also. If you don't close out your position at the end of the day, then it'll carry forward. So that's why that's why I see this one right now. But let's take a trade and show you how you can do it. Now that would have been a quick trade. Again, would have been a really quick trade. I mean, it popped right back up almost to 15. But let me just take a trade. I just want to demonstrate how you can do it. So let's take ANH, okay? Now I could do this in a couple of ways, but I want to take the trade right now just to show you how you can do it. But you can do things like you can take a conditional trade. So in other words, I don't want to take the trade until it hits a certain price, either higher because you think it's broken a level that is key, or you could put it lower for a pullback. I'll show you how you can do that. But let me just take the trade right now, ANH. Spread is only a penny. Let's take so you notice that when I click on the alert, it shows up right here. I can pick how many shares I want to trade. I can pick the price I want to get in at. If I'm going to go long, I buy it. If I'm going to short it, I sell it. Okay, so let me just take a couple hundred shares. I'll go right at the market. It's only a penny spread, so see how it took the trade. So there I am. Now, always have a stop. So before you take the trade, of course, you should have a stop. I mean, I'm going to put a stop down here, but that should always be ahead of time, that you know where your stop is, because that'll determine how many shares you're going to take. So let me just I'm going to add the stop order, 195. Again, I'm just showing you how you can do this. And notice that the stop shows up right on the chart, that red line. So if the price went down to $1.95, it'll take me out for a $17 loss. Again, I'm just demonstrating how you can do this. I can put a target in. So I can add the target if I want. Let's just put, 225. I just put 225. Just want to show you that where it'll show up. Hopefully it's going to show up, and there it is. You can see it on the monthly chart. Can't see it up here because 225 is up here. But you see right there, 225. So if I allowed this to just run automatically, it would take me out, and it went down to 195. It would take me out for a $17 loss. If it hits 225, it'll take me out for a $43 gain. Now these lines are movable. So if the trade really starts working well, you can start moving this up like a trailing stop. Instead of using what I would consider an artificial trailing stop of a certain dollar below or a percentage below, what I'd be doing is I'd be putting my stop on areas of the chart that look like support. So if it broke down through that support, I would want to be out of the trade. Now that you might say, well, where do you figure out where support is? That'll come with experience. Look at Candy, guys. Talk about, again, this is my real wild card, my wild card China EV. I've been talking about this for a long time. So that's how you can use the the AI. You can practice trading before you commit money to the market. Please practice trading. Trading is not easy. We have a lot of ideas that are thrown around all day long, and I know it can be very overwhelming. You can look at the AI. Yes, there's an entry and there's a stop, so it can kind of give you an idea about where to get in and out. But even that requires, some experience. Now let me just show you how you can take a conditional trade. So let me take, let's see, CTIB. Let's just say I wanted to take CTIB on a pullback right down to here, okay? If you can see on my screen, on that 5-minute chart, let's say I said, you know what, I want to take this one if it pulls back here to say 219. So, I put 219 in both these boxes. Again, I'm not saying I would do this. I'm just showing you how you can do it. Just using this as an example. Click buy. And then on the chart, see how it says right here? It'll take, if the price hits 219, it'll take the trade. So that's how you can do this on a pullback, conditional order on a pullback. You could also have done it the reverse. You know, if you thought it, if it got up to a certain level, taking out an area of resistance that you thought, you could also do it higher than that. You would just again put that higher price in the price and the stop price and click buy. Okay, so how do I open the strategy trades all? So from the toolbar, click on new, and then where it says AI/Holly strategy trades window. And when you do that, this is the window that'll pop up. Okay. So now, let me see if I can look at some stocks. Wow, that was a gap down in reverse for Urban, URBN, and look at the market. So again, guys, you know, if you're looking at this particular window, you know, for reversal plays, you know, you will need the market on your side typically. And so that's what's happening. That's why a lot of these, now we're starting to see a lot of gap down and reverse. Look what the market did, gap down and reversed. So a lot of these types of stocks will track the market. So if you're going to get into reversal plays, you'd like to see the market on your side. I mean, or at least not going down against you, okay? You don't want to see the market continuing down. And even if you got a trigger for a potential reversal, you know, I mean, your expectation is, I mean, how much can it reverse if the market is against you, unless it is, you know, it's one of what we call an alpha stock, more kind of trading on its own, you know, with a specific catalyst to it, maybe an earnings play or some kind of news. Otherwise, most stocks that you see are going to track the market. Now, not a lot of the things that we see, because, you know, TraderDeals is really, really good at identifying alpha stocks. You know, stocks that are not that concerned with what the overall market is doing. So the trigger was 852. Okay, the trigger was 852 for CLF, and the stop is the rising 20 SMA. That's that blue line right there. The stop is the rising SMA on the daily chart, 20 SMA on the daily chart. So right now, the stop is at 835 or so. I mean, it's just trying to eyeball it. I don't know if there's a target. There's not really a target. I mean, you just have to look at the monthly chart, and you can sort of see where it could stall. I don't think he put a target on. I don't agree with targets. I mean, you can, to me, I'd be looking at these longer term time frames and saying, okay, here's where it has to, you can just see that. I mean, on the monthly chart, granted this is over, well, it's not a year ago, but this is in December of last year. There's the high, 902. If you can get through that, I mean, look what it did, 904 last month. Got the 907, but it really hasn't cleared that. If you can find a way to really clear that, and when you look left on the monthly chart, I mean, it has a shot to get up to this 1070 area. Yeah, so WC, did you not hear my explanation about the limit? You really have to watch that video, okay? The Brokerage Plus, and showing you all about limit offsets. Okay, if you haven't watched it, you really have to watch it. I mean, it goes into more than just that, but I mean, your limit offset is going to control. So, because the question was, you had an order of 229. Yes, it's a limit order, but your limit offset will dictate how far outside you're willing to go. Yeah, so if you go to my homepage, North, I'd rather you go to my homepage. Or she. Because you'll see all of the, I think it's a lot of good information on my homepage. Okay, lots of good information. Including, again, the trade of the week, my daily videos that I do, all my scans here, all the scans that I'm sharing, including the one you were talking about, and all the educational links. So lots of information on my homepage. Okay? Yeah, so why don't I get rid of that then, just in case. I don't know why it's saying that, giving you that. I'm going to delete that. Well, I don't know if earnings were after hours yesterday. I'm getting conflicting reports with FUV. Well, let's see. It's possible the website is down. Though, I mean, I clicked on it and I got it. Click. No, it's right there. So it's not down. Well, you can trade without a stop loss. Al, it's highly recommended that you have a stop loss. Okay. Now the offset. Again, are you talking about auto trading all, or are you talking about just in general? Well, if you're talking offset, then you're talking auto trading. You can trade without it, but you may not get any fills because, you get an alert at 204. Remember, typically, I mean, if it comes down back, I mean, you will never get a fill at 204 if, to say, the bid is 204, 205, as an example. Okay, now, if the stock moves down to 203, 204, then you'll get a fill, yes. But I mean, if you're trying to get into a stock that is moving higher, you'll never get a fill with a zero offset. So Binaire, so you left click on the chart, left click on the chart. Left clicking just tells trade ideas that you want to be in this chart, okay? So you left click the chart and then you just start typing. When you start typing, the change symbol box should show up and you just click, obviously hit change, click on change, or you can click the enters, let me do another one, Microsoft, or enter on your keyboard. So again, left clicking, and I obviously don't explain it well. I'm not talking about you specifically, but people say, well, I left click and nothing happened. Left clicking is just to tell trade ideas that this is a chart you want to be in. Then you type. Now, for those of you who are doing that and you're typing and the symbol is not showing up, the change symbol box is not showing up, for those of you, then you just hit the space bar, okay, and then the change symbol box should show up. So I have here that, you know, this actually released earnings at after the market closed yesterday, not pre-market for FUV. I don't know if there's such a. It depends on the price, of course, of the security. I mean, you know, if you're trying to buy Apple, then you may not ever get a fill at 5 cents, as an example. I think it's just trial and error. I usually, you know, I've used 10 cents, but understanding that rarely, you know, I used to demonstrate auto trading my watch list. Rarely, even though I was using a 10-cent offset, rarely would it be would I get filled 10 cents outside. You know, it depends it depends how aggressive you want to be. I mean, this is what I would do. I mean, and again, the offset is only in play if you're auto trading. So what I would do is, you know, try 5 cents, and if you're not getting filled very much and things, you know, and you're not getting filled very much, then, you know, raise it. Boy, this is such a nice plug. Is very, very strong, guys. I know you're going to say, well, how can it be strong, Mary? It's down 6%. Remember, did a financing, you know, announced the financing after hours yesterday at 22.25, and this is now $1 over that financing price. All right, BDSX just got halted. BDSX just got halted. Whoa, this is an all-time high right here. Okay. There was the all-time high before today, 1501. This just got halted. BDS. Ooh, and this is this is going to be really interesting. So if you're wondering how I even know, halts resumes, one of the scans I'm sharing. Okay, go to my homepage. One of the scans that I'm sharing, halts resumes. And why I think this is going to be incredible. I'm looking right now and I'm seeing 17.95 on the bid and the ask. So it's halted at 16.46. If that holds, that bid ask holds, and if you're wondering where I'm seeing this, your broker will have that information. So if that holds, this is going to be a massive pop when it opens. And NETE, yes, somebody was mentioning that one. NETE, a little bit of a boom with that. Look at the volume that just came into NETE. Well, I mean, but who knows what's going to happen once it opens? You know, you're right. I mean, 97,000, but let's see what happens when it opens. Now it has dropped to No, it's back up to 1789. I mean, it could be pretty wild before it opens, this bid ask. But we've seen things that get halted with 30,000 shares, and at the end of the day, they've done 1 million shares and more. You know, so I'm not saying that's going to happen with this one, but right now I'm seeing 1789, 1789. And this is a volatility halt. So again, if you're unfamiliar with halts, a volatility halt, excuse me, it's just a mathematical formula. Okay, a stock going up too much in a period of time, the stock gets halted. It's just a computer that says we're halting. It's not some guy sitting there, I better halt this stock. So it gets halted, and typically the halts are 5 minutes long. So if this is a 5-minute halt, this will open at 113 plus 25 seconds. I mean, most of the halts are 5 minutes long. Now this was a news halt, so that is different. You know, news halt can be a long time. Yeah, it's a circuit breaker. I mean, that's basically what it is. I think this was instituted back in 2008-9 during the financial crisis. I think that's when this all started, and it's just has persisted to today. Okay, let's see what's happening here. My alerts have sort of dried up a bit. Now this ANH, guys, I mean, look at I think I had an alert right here, a price alert at so 212. Yeah, 212. It takes out that high. Looking left on that monthly chart, this has a lot of room. It's not a low float, 97 million. So let's see if it takes out that 212, and if it does, this could have a nice little run to the 3 level. Could. A moment, please. All right, so how did it open? BDSX. So it didn't actually open. We were saying that it had a 1789.89, but by the time it actually opened, that came back down. But boy, I mean, it's tough to trade right now, guys. I mean, if you want to try, but I mean, 1682, 1730, the bid ask. So they're you know, you really have to commit. And let's see if the volume really starts picking up. So the volume is dried up. I mean, it did not really explode on volume either. So the low float situation, 8.7 million in the float. So that's kind of much ado about nothing. Yeah, terrible spread. Now it's $1, 15.99, 16.8. Well, it was $1. Yeah, it's a terrible spread. It's kind of untradeable. Well, of course, it's untradeable. That's why I said it's basically untradeable. You know, the volume did not explode, the spread did not tighten. So, all right. So RXT, is this short? Yeah, it is shortable for me. Let's take a look at this RXT. 1546 is the lifetime low, maybe not. 1525 is the lifetime low. This is a super weak. This is Rackspace. They did an IPO back here in August, and it's almost at a lifetime low. Yeah, this is very messy, this SQBG. Now listen, if it holds here, like you can see, it's got right back down to that level here. You know, it popped up. Now it's right back to this level here. Now let's say it bases a long time. So later on in the day, traders may get involved again, as long as it keeps basing right here. And you know, it may give an opportunity with a nice long base and then some volume coming in. But again, it's a low, low, low float. All right, Fossil had a great day yesterday. Had actually the last couple of days. Or last 3 days. The only issue I have, you know, topping tails, bottoming tails. So a little indecision these 2 days. Even yesterday. So it's right at that. Why it's triggering now? It's just above yesterday's high. FOSL just above yesterday's high, which was should be 955. Yeah. So that's why it triggered. Now this could get interesting later on, guys. This HPR. I mean, big day yesterday, and what did it get up to? Got up to 751. Is just kind of basing now. 629 on the alert. Okay, and it's really not doing anything. No, you know, don't have to get into it yet, but you know, I would be waiting on this one. And man, I mean, if you get some volume and it pops, this could have another little run. And let's see HPR. That's why, you know, I always say the AI, it can be used as a watch list. You don't have to agonize. Oh my gosh, I didn't get in at the penny. You know, I mean, these things can set up later on in the day too. You know what is really basing here is this BCLI. I mentioned this one in the pre-market. Really basing here around 4. And bad news for it. Late stage, negative results. But we've seen this, I mean, it may not happen today, but we've seen this many times that a stock that just gets, especially a bio that just gets crushed, there's a little, you know, little surge during the day. May not happen today, but definitely something to, what I'm going to do is maybe put an alert around 427 and see later on if it starts to move a bit off that 4. Yeah, somebody mentioned VFF. This is actually just outside where I live, Delta in British Columbia. So cannabis play. Yeah, PLTR is holding, guys. I mean, it hasn't been as whippy as previous days. It is holding. There's the VWAP. You guys were talking about the VWAP. There it is, 1713. If you're wondering what the VWAP is, look it up. Just type in VWAP, VWAP, and you'll get a great explanation about what the VWAP is all about. Really? Usually our VWAP is the same. Usually, it's only sometimes the crosses which are not. No, it doesn't though. It really doesn't. I mean, as far as I know, our VWAP is pretty much the same. I mean, we used to always compare within pennies. It used. Whoops. I guess if I type VWAP, I'm not going to get a stop. Oh, I see. I thought you knew for sure. No, our VWAP does not, as far as I know, does not include the pre-market. HPR getting a little frisky here. A little bit of volume coming in. Not a lot, but a little bit of volume coming into HPR. That's a pretty wide stop for 629, 560 on the stop. So if you're wondering how that, well, how many shares would I take if I wanted to take this trade? So let's just say, for argument's sake, you're willing to risk, and you should always have, can't be Pollyanna about this. Trades are not all going to work. So you have to have a stop, and you have to have what we recommend is a dollar amount per trade, which does not vary from trade to trade. So if you're, depending on your account size, let's just say you're willing to risk $100 on the trade. So if you got in at 629 and there's your stop at 560, that's a 69 cent stop, 69 cents away. So if you divided 100 divided by 0.69, you would be able to buy about 150 shares. If you multiply 100, it's a little less, 145, but let's just round it up. So if you took 150 shares times the difference between the entry and the stop, that'll get you about $100. So for those of you new to trading, you should always, risk the same amount, within reason on every trade. And again, how much you're going to risk will be based on your account size. If you have a $5,000 account, you're not going to risk $1,000 a trade, as an example. Now, what you don't want to do is, okay, you risk $100 that first trade, you'll lose. Okay, it's a manageable loss. You're willing, and you get out. You don't start to second guess your stop or anything like that. But you get a little upset and you say, well, man, I just lost $100 that first trade. So on this next trade, I better risk 200 so I can make back what I lost, and also make $100. So you know what happens? You lose the next trade. Now you're down 300. The first 100, and now you're 200. And you start to get into what we can classify, or what we call revenge trading. You start to get really upset, and you start getting very erratic because you can't handle the fact that you're losing. And you start getting very erratic, and now you start taking bigger risks. And we've all been there. We've all been there. So the idea then is and the other thing that people do is that, okay, they put a stop in, and they say, oh, this is where I'm going to obey my stop. and the stock gets close to the stop, and you think to yourself, you know what, that stop was probably a little too tight, so maybe I should adjust it downwards a bit. So now that $100 loss now starts to turn into 110, 120, 130, because you become very stubborn, and you will not get out of the trade because you're convinced that it should work. You've read stuff, great stuff about the company, okay? And you just will not obey your stop. So now that $100 loss starts becoming 200, 300, and eventually then you give up. You can't stand looking at that P&L, and you give up, and that manageable $100 loss turns into a $500 loss. Again, we've all been there. So one of the things with auto trading on a stop is that if you're that person, and person's lying if they say they've never done that. Okay, I'll just flat out and say that. So here's my stop right here. Okay, I've put in my auto stop. It hits 196. Now again, it's only $15. I was just using this as an example. If you're that person that cannot obey your stops, then you can put in an auto stop. Now you do need our an Interactive Brokers account right now to do all this, but even in paper trading, put in an auto stop, and it hits that, you're out. Okay, you're out. It's that simple. Well, your broker will have. You can't do it right now with the Thinkorswim platform. Okay, this Brokerage Plus only works with Interactive Brokers now, but your broker will have. You can put stops in with your broker's platform. Do exactly the same thing. I can't tell you how to do it in Thinkorswim, but I mean, you can put stops in. Any brokerage platform will have a way in which you can put stops in. So again, if you're that person that can't obey your stops, then put your stops in and just let the system take you out. All right, well, 2 hours have gone. That's a quick 2 hours. So AI is having a difficult day to say the least. Doesn't mean that later on, like an HBR, it might explode. May not, but not every day is going to be a fabulous day with the AI. So I'm just going to keep watching this to see if it takes out this. Maybe I'll stick an alert around 638. Because remember what it did yesterday. It got all the way up to 750 or so. If you BO, I was talking about that in the, yeah, wow, no kidding, is it ever hot? This is a New York stock. I keep thinking this is a China stock, but it is not a China stock. Well, wait a minute. Yeah, it might be kind of one. It's headquartered in New York. What is he? One of the founders is Sung Ho Choi. So I don't know where they really operate. The headquarters is New York, but you'd have to look at Fubo TV. I don't know where they operate. That Palantir still looks really good. I mean, who knows where this is going? I mean, this is just, after a very indifferent first 2 months. I mean, the low of last month was just under 9. So this is almost doubled from that low of last month. And we have a resume for Lynx. LINX just resumed. GKK, I asked you a question yesterday in the room. I don't think you were there. I can't remember what the question was. Yeah, I just can't remember what it was. Oh, that's right. It was about KCAC. Boy, Chris, good memory. So, did you say it was Thursday that this was that the proposed merger was supposed to take place? I know you mentioned last week about KCAC. So it is Thursday. And who's the company again? I just refresh my memory. Oh, QuantumScape, right there. Okay, QuantumScape Corporation. There we go. Just had to read the news. November 25th. Well, it says November 25th. Next Wednesday. Thank you. Yeah, so it says November 25th. Really? You were going to take it at 25? Really? Interesting. Oh, sell order, sell order. Okay, sell. I was going to say because yeah, a lot of times, I mean, we may get a day, one day of a pop, but a lot of times, they'll drift down afterwards. But all right, guys. So I see the questions have sort of dried up. So this might allow myself to concentrate a little bit more on trading. Only took the one trade early today, AXTI. It was a very quick trade right here and up here. It was on the gap up and go or reverse. I can't even remember anymore. It was a gap up and go. Yeah, so Tommy, so ahead of time, so if you're going to get into a trade, the first thing is before you get into the trade, you have to know where your stop is. Okay? And then so if you get into a trade at a certain price and you just subtract where the stop is, let's just say, I'll make the math super simple. Let's say the stop is 10 cents away, not just because you said, well, every trade I take, I have a 10-cent stop, but because it makes sense on the chart. Maybe there's some support right around there. So if it broke down through that support, you'd be out for a 10-cent loss. So if you were to risk $100 a trade, then in theory, you could take 1,000 shares of that one. Because 1,000 shares times 10 cents for your stop is $100. Does that make sense? So, for instance, you can set up, you can set up, if you watch that video, you can set up it's not auto trading, but it is very close because you can set up your own buying and shorting parameters with your stops in place. And you want to find out how to do that, you just have to watch this video. So even if you don't have an Interactive Brokers account, but you want to practice simulation trading like that, using our sim, then you can do things like this. So just to give you an idea, so if you have a strategy, and again, you have to watch that video to see how you can create your own. These I've just named this. So if you edit the trading strategy and then look at the order details, see the risk value is 100 based on the stop loss. And the stop loss is in the risk management section. Now here's the tricky thing, you know, where are you going to put your stop? Okay, so that's the tricky thing, you know, to determine where you're going to put a stop based on our stop loss. You could use our smart stop, but you know, before I would do any of that with your real money, I would absolutely practice. Boy, this CLF is just snoozing here. But so far, you know, so far so good on the trade of the week. I mean, it hasn't, no reason to get out if you got in or, you know, around that maybe even the 860 mark. It did pop up, you know, this is what happened with it yesterday. You know, like a lot of the market, you know, the trigger was what, 852, I think. So it had already popped up in the pre-market, but look, it did pull back almost to the trigger price. So you had an opportunity, if you wanted to get in here. And is it boring right now? Yes, but you never know. All right, this RXT now is making, it's almost an all-time, well, not quite again. I think it's right down here. 1525, what did I say? Yeah, 1525 is the all-time low. I'm just stick an alert right there. See if it takes out that all-time low. And you know what? I don't go over the price alert window as much as I should. So again, this is all part of the standard service. So to have the price alert, just click on New, and then Price Alerts window. And this is the Price Alerts window. This is what it will look like. And, you know, to set price alerts is super, super simple. You know, you just go to an area on the chart, you know, like I did there. I'll put another one right here. You just move your mouse wherever you want it. So it says, you know, the price is 1546. So I'm going to put a price alert at, you know, 1539. I right click, create price alert. I don't have to fill in anything else if I don't want to. I rarely do. Save it. Done. See how simple that was? And then what I do, especially if you don't have to have this window open at all. I mean, you have to have it open in that it has to be open, but you don't have to have it taking up screen space. You can just minimize it. And what will happen is if you get an alert, the window will pop up on your screen. You can put a sound alert on it. You know, just follow this, you know, the right click and actions and just follow the directions. If you sort on the triggered column, then you'll see it right at the top when you do get an alert. It'll also flash at you. It'll start off as not flash, but it'll start off as sort of a bit of a yellow and then fade. So you can't miss it. And the reason I put a sound alert on it also, if you're like me and you have a headset on or something like that and you wander away, wireless, you wander away, you can hear the sound alert. You come racing back to see what the alert was. So I'm going to show you how that works. I want to put a there you go. See, I just put an alert on AMD 8333. See how it popped up on my screen? It'll fade. I heard the sound. I heard everything. So other thing you can do, we have different columns. And the dollar triggered column, it is showing me how far away from the trigger price is it. So I had a price alert for Palantir at 1708. It is now 70 cents above it. Okay. I had an alert price for this one, AMD, at 83.44. It is now 11 cents above it. 12 cents now. So, this, I mean, if you had a lot of, and you can have, you should never have, but you can have 500 price alerts. You should never have 500 of them. I would say 50, maybe, not even that many, but because if you have that many, that means you're just being lazy and you're not going back and seeing whether or not they're still, worthwhile having. But that dollar triggered or dollar amount will tell you how far away are you from where it triggered or from triggering. So it's very simple to use. No excuse for not using our price alerts. Yeah, if you just open it, Renee, you'll only see the last ones. Okay, you will not see all the previous ones, like 945. So the reason why you're seeing GCO, I'm assuming you just opened it. Yeah, I don't know anything about ECG funds. Okay, Renee, does that make sense? So if you just open it, you're not going to see all the previous ones. So I had a question, what is the difference in having strategies in off mode and on mode? So off, so you have the Holly tab, so they're off. If you wanted to auto trade, take the trades automatically, and I would not do this with your real money, even if you have an IB account. If you want to try it in simulation mode, go ahead, see how it works. But then you can enable them, and now they're on. And that means these will trade in auto mode. As per, these are instructions. It'll based on your instructions. Okay? David. So that's only for if you're interested in auto trading, off and on. Oh, AXTI is right back up, guys. Right back up. Exactly, David, yes. I mean, this could be an interesting one. This 27 at 27.98, 28.08. So it's taken out that high, 27.31. The next high looking left on the monthly chart is 29.72. That's far enough away. So the market is still down, but it's definitely in recovery mode. Look at the SPY. Look at the move on the SPY. I'm a little disappointed I'm not getting too many more of my gap down and reverses, because this is a sort of market when it's doing this, that bounce plays and reversal plays will work a lot better. I'm just not getting very many alerts right now. So guys, I'll be taking a break in about 10 minutes, I think. Steve Gomez will be in the YouTube feed. I want to put that link in. And you can ask him all sorts of questions about how he comes up with the trades of the week every week. And others, of course. It's a Q&A session. And he will be there between 12 and 1 Eastern Time. Do not lose sight of this HPR, guys. I mean, you know, if it gets some volume, again, all traders are looking at is this, what happened yesterday. That's all they're looking at. And, you know, can it even get somewhat close? And what did it hit yesterday? It hit 750. So, you know, we're sitting at 632 right now. All right, guys, I will be right back. Back by about 11:50, okay? All right, guys, I'm back. So notice how it popped up on my screen. The HPR had that alert set. So I'm 639. There was the alert price, so I'm a penny away. Okay, guys, and I can't tell you to take the trades. I just, was just pointing out the opportunity for the HPR. If you're waiting for me to tell you to take trades, you're in the wrong room. But I'm just pointing out the opportunity. And there's the HPR on the move here. There's the high of the day, 650. Time in force. I think that is... Yeah, okay, so let's say you get an alert and you have an offset of 5 cents. You'll have that, and it doesn't get filled right off the bat. You'll keep this order open for here. You put whatever you want. In this particular case, it says 3 minutes and 20 seconds. Okay? So let's just say, for argument's sake, you get an alert, and at 6:29, your offset is 5 cents, but immediately the stock was to 6:35. You will not get a fill. But let's say it comes back inside that offset, within 3 minutes, you'll get a fill. So it's just basically saying, okay, I'll keep the order open for for whatever time that you're looking for. Okay? Make sense? And it's up to you how long. The default is 5, okay. So it's up to you how long you want to have that there. Yeah, if it doesn't trigger, but it comes back inside, maybe to your price or inside the offset, it'll trigger. No, you cannot. I don't think you can set it, to go down below the price. No, because the question was, can you set it to fill on a pullback? In other words, below the price. No, because it's all it's doing is looking at, the price is 6.29. You have an offset of 5 cents, but immediately it got outside, or say a 2 cent offset. So by the time it could have filled the trade, even if you're auto trading, it moved too quickly, and it was at 6.35. So if it comes back, you'll get a fill, at 6.29, 6.20, 6.30, and 6.31 if you have a 2 cent offset. You can't set it to fill at, say, 6.27. All right, guys, so just waiting for Steve to show up in the trading room, in the YouTube feed. Pretty sure he's on today. Just want to make sure. Just one moment, please. I'm just having to do an email here. Okay, guys. Time is it now? 11:56. So I'm just waiting for Steve to show up in the YouTube feed. I'll be taking my break, so I'm just going to put the announcement in. Just a minute. What is it? Okay, guys. Sorry about that. We're just teeing up the YouTube feed. So Laura, the reason it just didn't make the cut. Okay, it did make the cut. It's that simple. The snapback short did not make the cut today. You know, we have 50 strategies that go through an optimization routine, and for whatever reason, it just did not make the cut. If you're interested to know what snapback short is all about, you can. I don't have any news on that or information. You can go to info@trade-ideas.com and request that information. Okay. Okay, Steve, I see you there, so I'm going to stop my stream, so this should work.
All right. Looks like it made made the switch over. Hello, everybody. Let me grab this YouTube link and drop it in the channels. All right. Welcome to my desktop. I'm Steve Gomez, user number 3 of Trade Ideas, and I'll pick up the Tuesday afternoon break for our live stream here. You've got one of us or so every day of the week at noon Eastern. And we're here for anybody. Want to answer questions about trade ideas, want to talk about the market, you want me to look at some charts. We can do anything you guys want for the hour until Barry makes his smoothie, recharges his batteries, and comes on back. Here's an observation. As you maybe have heard, the cryptos are running, Bitcoin and all the cryptocurrencies are running like crazy. And it's kind of interesting. And there are some pretty cool blockchain stocks. There we go. Finally getting it to work here. Riot positioned in this one yesterday and having a wonderful day today. Beautiful breakout there. Mara is another one. Just picked up some of today. You can see that buy tag there. Hopefully I'm not too late, but I think there could be a real blockchain play coming up here. Yeah, good. I'm already out of that one, and that's a good point. I got out of a few miners, and I think this is what's happening. Pause. FSM, silver stocks, gold stocks. All right, these are sucking today. When Bitcoin stocks and blockchain stocks are running, I think the shine is coming off gold and silver for the moment as people are starting to pay attention to the new defensive currency that we are seeing a second resurgence in here. So again, I think, and we do have a blockchain. I'm not going to go to it because I hate going to these channels, but we have a blockchain channel in Trade Ideas channel bar. And I just submitted a bunch of new symbols today. Let me just find you where I got it. This was sent to me by Brian Shannon. A lot of good names: Riot, Mara, Can. These seem to be the ones with the most volume. So these were updated in our blockchain channel. So we're basically taking the blockchain stocks and plugging them into some high-low alerts, some momentum alerts, and things like that. If I can find it. I know it's in here somewhere. We've got so many silly different channels now. Wow, look at all those. I must have passed right over it. Now I'm hell-bent on finding it. Looking for blockchain. There's the weed stocks, momentum stocks, pre-market. That's really odd. Well, anyway, let me get back to the question box here, the chat. If you guys want to talk about something, we can use the chat window. I just can't believe that I've missed the blockchain channel. Infrastructure after hours. Oh, very odd. Okay. Carlo, how can I navigate to a specific date and time on the chart? Okay, great question for a new user. So this is a chart I've got here of Mara. And notice if I just use my mouse wheel, we're going backwards in time. And that doesn't really help unless that's what you want. What you want to do is hold the control key down. And when you do that, then you spin the mouse wheel and you can get all the different perspectives and zooms and angles and time periods that you want. So the answer would be to hold the control key down, Carlo, and then use your mouse wheel. If you're on a laptop, you would use the right or left arrow, I believe. That should help you a lot with navigating the charts. I'm going to zoom this out a little bit more. Can I make a scan that can see when the daily chart crosses the 10 SMA? Yes, you can. And let me just bring something up here because I've got something. Load from cloud. I'm going to bring up my scan that I called the jam down to the 10 SMA. So this might be what you're looking for. Maybe it's a little different, but I'm using an alert window. I'm using a new low. Let's pull up a nice chart here and let's click into rare and see where the 10 SMA is on this thing. If you don't want to zoom but jump to a date, I don't know if there's a way to do that. You're just going to have to use the mouse wheel without the control key, Carlo, or with the control key. There's no input to go to specific dates. So back to the configuration of a 10-day moving average. Let's click this stock here and see where the 10 SMA is. Hey, wouldn't you know it? Take a look at this. Do you see this arrow right here? This arrow is showing you 114 and 44 cents. It's about that area right there. Stock was making a new low. I get it. But this is a contrarian type philosophy of using Trade Ideas scanning to find a great entry, a low risk entry that is usually going to be contrarian to what the herd is doing. So nice sell off on the open tells us, hey, at this moment in time right here, we clipped the 10-day moving average, which is right there. My cursor covered it, but it's right there. So let's open this up and look at the guts of it. If you want something like this, I'm just going to give it to you. I'm going to go for the save and share function here. I'm going to copy it, and I'm going to drop this scan. It's called the jam down into the chat window. But what this is doing, Jimenez, no, it's not that one. Sarah, Sahari. What I'm doing here is looking for things that are above the 10-day moving average and coming down to meet it and touch it. If you're looking to do the opposite, well, you could do it very simply. Let's go to the configure. If you're looking for stocks coming up to the 10 and making a new high and kissing the 10 from underneath, you could use this flip button right here and invert the entire strategy and get that. But what I've done is I've just basically said, show me stocks that are strong. I've got my stock composite rating of 80. That's like a B student, showing me good looking charts on the daily. Rare, that's a good looking chart. But then change in 20 days, up at least 10%. But the operative filter here is this one, change from the 10 SMA. I'm only going to see that new low when it's 0.05% above that 10 SMA and no more than 0.1% below. So I've got my little window there is when I will only see a new low, and that's how you can corral the data to only show you things at that moment in time. So I'm hoping that helps your question that you asked. Sorry, Fernandez. Okay, so KR wants to look at the NIO chart. Very strong chart. This is probably the leader, if not Tesla, of the electric vehicles. NIO is definitely the leader of the lower, smaller cap ones. Now, if you want to know what parabolic looks like in a definition, that's what parabolic looks like. So what I'm going to say to you is the NIO chart is parabolic, and it's hard to keep a parabolic chart going in the same direction. It looks like it's starting to get a little wishy-washy up here. That was a big candle on Friday covering up the high and low. We've bounced off the 10 SMA, but I think a lot of the easier money has been made. I think NIO is going to start to get a little bit volatile, to say the least. Okay, Jimenez, I'm trying to clear last week's trades from brokerage positions window. How do I do that? More than likely, you're just going to want to look for the drop-down menu here. Open, get rid of the closed ones. You can just check for the open positions, and that will be the one that I think you want to take a look at. Carlo, basically I would like to see when odds maker enters and exits a trade based on strategy, but scrolling. Okay, so I understand. So when you're going to odds maker, let's pull that jam down back up here for a second. And let's just run a quick odds maker. We're just going to forget all the settings and just run it because we want to get to the calendar. I'll show you there's a way to do it. And we're going to use the blue arrow feature, Carlo. So we go into Thursday, double click Thursday. Okay. So if I go to the calendar on my results and double click that calendar, I'm going to get this list of trades. Now I can go and click that trade and look at the arrow. You see how the arrow corresponds to the trade? So it looks like this is our day right here. Let's click into this one. There's our arrow. So that's going to be the best way for you to quickly go in and link your eye to the actual daily chart to see what the charts looked like when the back testing was occurring. I think that's going to help you with your initial question, Carlo. It's a different way to approach it, but hopefully that works. And Sarahi thinks that helps. Okay, good. All right. I think we're kind of caught up out of the gate here for questions. Again, this is the test drive week, and we're here to help. There's no question that's a dumb question. It's a very intensively rich featured program. I've been using it for 17 years, so it just comes, second nature to me, but not for somebody who's just starting to figure it out. Carlo, it might show you on the, let's go back and try that again. Let's back test it again. Run it. Let's grab ourselves a calendar day here. We'll go to the 11th this time. Oh, there's only one trade in there, but that's fine. It's closer, and we're looking for a closer trade here. Let's expand our intraday chart. Let's really back it up a little bit, and let's click that. There you go. There's your arrow. It's right on the open of this day right here. So you can see that arrow will transpose on any time frame of our charts. So that should help you out. You're just going to have to really zoom back. Now I know if you're going to be looking back multiple days, I get it. But remember what I told you. You can go back. You see what I'm doing here? I'm going back without using the control key. So I can go back and try and get a better perspective on that. There's no type in the date, hit enter, and take you to the chart. You're just going to have to use the clicking of the symbol in the actual return right here. You got to click that symbol to get that arrow to show up on all those time frames. And that's pretty much, I think, the best thing for you when you go back to look at those back tests. And there we go. Those of you who follow me a lot know that I'm a religious believer of the 10-period SMA on my 15-minute charts and also on the daily charts. Stocks and momentum, price and momentum movement will adhere and not break that line as long as momentum is intact. So when I pull up this position here in Mara, nice test of the midday there, bounced off, looks pretty good. Ballard Power not really doing a whole lot. DraftKings, beautiful example of the gap up, fill the gap, and then don't even get close to that moving average. The moving average has been just underneath it all day long, spooking it higher. Here's a wonderful example again, started yesterday, of the 10 SMA holding ride all the way up. A nice test there. A little bit of wishy-washiness here, but we're back in play for the moment. All right, let's see if I've got some questions here. Yes, you're going to have to still scroll backwards, Carla. We just don't have a plug and play. Great. I hope that helps you, Carlo. Good. Hello, Linda. Is there a way, Rich, is there a way to create a filter for stocks that are showing relative strength or relative weakness versus their sector? There's not. The only relative combination, the only relative readings we come into is relative volume, because we're comparing relative volume to that stock's particular database. Comparing a stock to its peers, the only way I think you could do that is, if you're not aware of it, we've got the, let's pull up X Steel here. I like the steel sector right now. And if we go to the single stock window, we have the similar tab. Now in the similar tab, what I could do is I could sort change from the close. And I could say that SXC is doing very well compared to its competitors, compared to its sector. So again, go to the similar tab here in the single stock window, and then it will start to bring up its competitors in the same sector, and then double click to sort, and your eyeball will basically have to show you the ones at the top here are doing the best today. It's probably the best way to work backwards into that query. For example, in the last 10 minutes, you could do that as well. You'd have to use change in the last 10 minutes, though, and sort by that column, because we do have a change percent. And change in the last 10 minutes, Rich, you could just double click and use that column to sort if you have your list of sectors. Let's go back to that for a second. I don't think it's a defaulted option. Change, and I don't know if you can add a column. Let's see, can we add columns? Can we add columns? I think I've tried this before. Those columns seem fixed. It'd be nice to know if we could add a new one, but you'd have to take that list and then add your own, create your own top list and sort by the change in 10%. All right, does OddsMaker actually use tick data for running the back test? Yes, it's going to use tick data. And many times if you're trading in if you're back testing in the 1 minute time frame, you're going to likely see 1 minute candles closing before things are done. I really don't recommend back testing 1 minute candles. It's just, there's too much noise. Look at this riot go. Wow, what a riot. The blockchain is here, and I dare even say that I think we all know what's going on in the news right now, the integrity of our voting system. And a wonderful solution would be the blockchain. And I think that concept might be starting to take wind with certain traders and people who are speculating. But that's just my theory. Risnard, how can you change on a chart? Windows, okay, well, for stock symbol, all you do is I click the chart and then I just type. I just keep typing and then I hit enter. So it's once you figure it out, it's more intuitive, but there's no need to do anything else but just click on the chart and start typing. The second part was, how do you change your color indicators, I think. Symbol stock symbol color. The only options you're going to have are going to be in properties. We've got dark theme, light theme. These are going to be your choices. Show indicators, show other things. You don't want to see smart levels. I turn those off. But lastly, if your indicators, in every edit, you have a modify color. If I wanted to come and modify and edit my SMA here, I could go in the edit tab and I could change those colors. That's going to be all by right-clicking in the indicators or just the properties in general. Those are your options. What is the trade of the week? You can't find the email. I'm sorry, Pamela. It is a steel stock. It is CLF. Cleveland Cliffs. I had a few ideas going into the weekend. That I just clicked backwards. This is what Cleveland Cliff looked like on Friday going into the weekend. A beautiful pullback right into the moving averages, just waiting to pop. Excuse me. As you can see, we got a sizable gap up, and you had to chase it to get in the stock. It never really looked back. It gave a little bit of an opportunity this morning, but it's back here threatening. Steel stock. One of the reasons I chose this over any other was because I pulled up the sector. This is what the sector looked like going into Friday. Hell of a lot stronger than the market and a lot of other sectors I saw out there. And wouldn't you know it, if we click forward to today, beautiful gap. This is a very strong sector right now. So CLF is the trade of the week. I also included, it's unfortunate you didn't get the email. I included a few others. Let's take a look. Ride, CGC, and GoPro, and UA. Okay, let's see here. UA, keep an eye on that one. I said that one gapped up. Okay, CGC, a marijuana stock. Not doing too much over there, but Ride, oh boy. If you took advantage of Ride yesterday on the open, that one was called out. And then AES was the last one. That one's not doing a whole lot. I'm glad I didn't pick that one. Sorry you didn't get the trade of the week. Sometimes they go to the junk email. You want to check your spam folder sometimes. Linda, I created my first alert window and it gives me alerts through 9:57 a.m. then stopped giving me alerts even though I know some stocks are meeting my criteria and it's set to real time. Any thoughts? Let's do this, Linda. Watch what I do here. Take your scan, right click. Hopefully it'll come through. It might. We'll give it a try. We're going to see if you can send the link through. Go to Save and Share to Cloud. Click the Save and Share button, and then copy that formula, and then paste it into the chat. And if you do that, and if I can open it up, we can look together and try and determine why that may have happened. Usually, Linda, it's just going to be a filter that's no longer satisfied. Maybe there's a relative volume filter in there. And all of a sudden, as the day wears on, this is my first guess, that relative volume dipped below the minimum that you may have had in there. It's just a thought, but we can take a look. Okay, yeah, Linda is telling Pamela, if you do email, okay, I'll show you in a second. If you do email info@trade-ideas, they can dig up your email and find out why it is you may or may not be on that trade of the week list. So do what Pamela is... I'm sorry, Pamela, do what Linda's talking about, and that's a good call. So again, you right click, save and share to cloud. Look for the button. You're trying to share it with me, so you want to save and share. Okay. So if you have, let's do this, Linda. Currently, what is your relative volume minimum set for? It's probably set for like 2.0 or something along those lines. Yeah, boom, right off that moving average. Donkey Kong. Okay, so those relative volume filters are crazy off the chart. It's not a percent, it is a ratio. So dial it back. If you thought 150 was 150%, pop in 1.5, and that's what you really want to be using on the relative volume. That's why they stopped coming in, because those type of readings are only going to happen on the open with crazy stocks, and they're going to quickly dip under those levels. So that's exactly what it is. Again, I'm not sure if you can send it, but when you do, save and share. Then you click copy all right? And then from there, you just right click and click paste in the chat window. And the paste function will put the cloud code in there. The issue is, I think YouTube may, for security reasons, not allow the audience to upload links. It's quite possible. But I'm also pretty sure that we solved the problem just by diagnosing your relative volume settings. I'm not sure why, Carla. Just remember that you have to click on the actual window of the trades from that calendar view. You can't just type it in. It showed up on my 15-minute chart, so it should work. Yeah, Linda, I'm going to guess it's not going to let you send it, just from past experience. We've tried to do that. The stock twits ratio. I'm not sure. Let's do that. So what we'll do is let's first just go to a config window and stock twits. It's a ratio. Yes, it says ratio, so that's exactly right. It's going to be just like the relative volume. All right, Carlo, good. I'm glad you got that. Hey, Carlo, you're welcome to send an email. You can title it bug fix or feature request suggestion, and put exactly what it is that you found in there that you think may be an issue, and they will take a look at it and stack it in the priorities list and see if it's something they can get to quickly. But we do rely on people letting us know that. When opening the trades window from the small calendar in the summary tab, it does not navigate to the date in the chart. Yeah, I mean that would be helpful if that would work, and I agree. So let's do that. I mean, by all means, it always means much more when the users email us with a feature request versus one of us saying, "Hey, we should do that," because it's an email and it sits on somebody's list. All right, Walter. Hello. I opened the Squeeze Me tile. When I tried to load from cloud, I have no data message. How do I fix it? First, make sure that you do have a connection up here and that you are, in fact, have a green connection here. Because that would be the only thing I could think of that would have no data. Because I actually created that Squeeze Me. Let me see if I have a working copy in my cloud. Yeah, I do. So there's Squeeze Me. Load it. And that's I've only got 1, 2, 3, 4 in there. It's possible that this configuration may be a little different from the one that you have. Position in your range, I've got 95, and short float, I've got minimum of 25. Those could be different than the one that you have, but if you have a green connection and everything else is working, yet you have a window here that's gray and there's nothing coming through, well, then we just have to assume that that's what it is, and there's no current filters being satisfied. All right, next question. So the filters in Brokerage Plus don't work. I want to set the filter to use my stop. Yeah, it's very difficult to use 10 SMAs and things like that to be your stop, because it requires a constant readjustment on the automated side of that stop, and the system is not coded yet, developed yet, to be constantly adjusting and canceling on its own. You have to be the one to adjust and cancel. When it comes to stops, I recommend everybody use just the manual red line and drag that red line around in the chart where you want. I'm going to show you something here. I've been using Brian Shannon, my good friend at Alpha Trends. Uses the anchored VWAP about as religiously as I use the 10-period simple moving average. And these can be really cool when you use them off of highs or lows or gaps or even IPOs of the first day of trading. Watch what happens here. So I've got a clean chart here with no moving averages. I'm even going to turn this line off here. I want it to be super clean. There's my position down there. I bought some and then I averaged up, and so that's my average position. But this is what I'm watching. This is going to be magic. Watch this. I'm going to click the anchor, and then I'm going to anchor to the high. So everybody that may have bought this breakout high right here, they have been underwater of the average volume weighted average price, a VWAP. Look at what happened 2 days ago. Slammed right into the AVWAP, sold off hard. Picked up the 10 SMA. How about that? Picked up the 10 SMA. I'm venturing to guess if I draw another VWAP off the bottom, it's going to be supportive. Let's try that. Anchor. Bottom tick. Hey, look at that. It's rather supportive as well. So Brian Shannon has been turning me on to these, and for those who don't know, the anchor icon on our chart is coded to do just that. And I've been using this more and more. Now what I'm seeing here in the moment is the price is slipping through that defended line of the anchored VWAP, and there's just something magical about it. Maybe the quant funds use them more than we realize, but if this thing closes, I'm not counting right now. This is the heat of the battle. They're throwing punches back and forth. We still have a few hours left in the day. If this thing closes back above, DraftKings closes back above this anchored VWAP from the prior high, I'm going to sit on my hands for the next couple of days. There's no reason to get out of this thing. So Walter, hopefully that helped understand why when I tried to load from cloud you have no data. Okay, I think I'm missing what you're saying. You're not even able to load it from the cloud. Just a quick reminder, when you go down to the channel bar, if you click on any one of these channels, which I'm not going to do, I want to keep my layout up here. Once the channel is open, find the one you want. Okay, yeah. Right click. All you have to do is save to the cloud. And you're done. When you go back to your main layout, you're ready to receive it, you just come over and you go File, Load from Cloud, and you see how it's in my window right here? It's already loaded. That should be the case. And the load button clicks. If you're still having issues with that, then please send us a support ticket at info@trade-ideas.com, or come into the live chat and let us know, and have somebody else try and play with it and see if they're getting the same thing. I'm sorry if that's doing that for you. Oh yeah, so now it's working, Linda. You probably want to dial that relative volume way back up there. You probably got way too many things coming through. How's that CLF doing? It's looking like it wants to peek out. Notice that I've drawn a blue line here to remind myself as I'm watching something else or across the room, if the CLF breaks through this prior high here, I mean, this is about as cup and handle-ish as you can get right there. That's a pretty good looking little cup and handle. Not to be rivaled by the new issue ride, the cup and handle it had coming into today. Look at GoPro riding this 10 period moving average as well today. Beautiful, beautiful move. All right, let's see if we're caught up here. Working now for Linda. Walter's got a green connection and he's trying anything. Now you're trying to load the A table. Let me know if you're not able to load the A table. I can literally hand you my copy here. And that should also load for anybody that wants it. The one underneath it, notice I've got it called the A-Table Junior. It's the same stuff. It's just looking at stocks under $25. And this is where I've found the last few trade of the weeks, believe it or not. Look, see, CLF. Look at that. There it is. This is a top list window. It doesn't say buy or sell. It just says, hey, you might want to look at these stocks. They're all meeting the criteria, but I don't like stocks like Fossil. I'm not going to come in and chase something that's up 5 days in a row. I'm looking for things that are more consolidated and giving me a tight look. Like I said earlier, when Cliff looked like that 2 days ago, this is the kind of stuff I get excited about all day long when I see things on this A-Table Junior. This is getting interesting. Avaya Holdings, software publisher. And the ones that are higher up on the scan are sorted by short float. So the ones that are higher up have a bigger chance of moving higher with a short squeeze. Here's this VFF. I don't know what the hell they do, but it's been going sideways for a week. Caught the 10-day moving average, and that's about as pretty as of a chart as you can see for something I've never even heard of. And here's GoPro. I'm in that in another account, and also mentioned it, I think, on our trade of the week. Yeah, keep an eye on GoPro. Forgot who it was, but they mentioned it was a great idea. I'm glad they mentioned it. We pick one trade of the week, and that's the one we track and we follow and we look at. But every weekend, there's at least 2 or 3 that also look good, and I have to kind of sort through and pick and try and find the winner, the Sophie's choice, if you will. There's no point in leaving those out, so that's why I put those also rans on there. Always a good idea to keep an eye on those. When they come through, look at them and say, oh, okay, Steve likes GoPro too. And this is a couple days ago. You come through, maybe put an alert down there at that level, and if it breaks a high, I might want to participate. These are very important to use in trade ideas. The price alert setting. It turns any situation into an alert. And trust me, you're going to want it because you get sidetracked easily in this business. Somebody mentioning KNDI, yeah. Were these names that were on the A-Table Junior? VFF was. Yeah, I did. Sarah Sarahi, I keep pronouncing your name wrong. It's right above. It's that link. It's that link next to my name, tradeideas.com. It's a cloud link right above the VFF comment. Yeah, I'd be happy to share it, but let me show you how easy it would be to make the A-Table Junior. You take the A-Table, you duplicate that, you go to Configure, and you change the filter to have a cap of $25. And that's it. And there's your A-Table Junior right there. There we go. It's an exact replica. So I'll take this one because it has the name. I'll copy it and it has the actual name for you. A-Table Junior. And there it is. Brian Shannon just told me. He said it's going to get the VWAP. Let's see what he's looking at. He must be looking, is he looking back here? No, I don't think he's looking there. What is he looking at? What is he looking at? Must be like that high right there, maybe. No. He really stumped me. I don't know what he's talking about. But nonetheless, it's looking. Cleveland Cliff makes a new high. There we go. Ride makes a new high. That's why we set them, so they pop up in real time and let us know we are now at these prior highs. What is the price going to do right here? I bet you it's probably going to find a little bit of selling because the sellers will look left on the daily chart. They'll see that high. They'll see this high. But you know what? There's an old saying, there's no such thing as a triple top or a triple bottom. So I think odds favor it's going to go through. We look at the sector ETF. That's pushing to new highs. That's about as strong as you get on the sectors over there. Looking pretty good. Some of the silver stocks I sold out of this morning. FSM, pause, all still going lower. You can see the sell tag there. Just wasn't cutting it. All right, could I ask a simple question on the stock window detail? There is a volume today, distinctive with the number in black box with the blue arrow. Yeah, it's a silly little graphic, and I'm pretty sure you can go over that graphic. I don't even use them, but you can highlight over that column, I think, or even that graphic, and right-click, and I think you can turn off graphic. There's an option to graphical indicator right there. I think you can turn that graphical indicator off. It's a weird way of showing you each color that comes in is showing you a new 100th century mark of the percent of volume. So as a new color comes in, you've already worked through, the stock has already done 100% of its normal daily volume. So those little graphical indicators that have numerous color points coming in, they're doing 400% times normal volume. I like to turn those off and just use the dollar or the data value amount. See 350, not two colors and a new point coming in. Thoughts on IMBI? Low volume so far. Nice daily. It's kind of being supported and held by the moving averages there. Very low volume, 93,000 shares. Relative volume today is not bad. It's above 1. That's good. What do they do? Electronic shopping. That's an interesting one. Who are their similar people? Oh, Overstock. Okay, so they're kind of like an Overstock. That had a good day. That's a nice looking stock. Systems, Mail Order House, Bzun. I think it's a decent looking opportunity. You're probably going to take a chance in that one and anticipate a move, and you might be lucky to get one because it seems like the competitors are doing well. Online shopping, we all know, is doing pretty darn well. And that chart was holding its own, so nothing really bad to say about IMBA. Linda, does it represent always volume so far today? It represents volume in percent. So 200% is going to be, you're going to have one color completed, and then that second volume point is coming in to complete that 200%. But again, if you right click and look for graphical indicator, turn that part off and you'll get a reading, a data reading instead. Is there any way to scan for 15-minute candles closing at the high of the candle? Yes. Let's look at, let's see, how would we do that? here's how you might do that. We would do a top list. I have an alert there. Let's start with just the simplicity of it. Top list with only filters. The magical filter is position in 15-minute range. That's the filter you want. The way we use this is 0 equals the low of that 15-minute range, and 100 equals the high of that 15-minute range. So we've turned it into a percentile. If you want to see something at the high of the range, you would use a minimum 100. If you want to see something maybe one tick off the high of that range, okay, maybe 99. So what I would venture and suggest to do would be to create a top list and use 100 or 99 if you want as your minimum value in the position in 15-minute range. But you're going to want to qualify this. You're going to want, price levels, maybe 5 to 200. Maybe you only want to see stocks that are doing relative volume of 1.5, 50% more volume than normal. Maybe you want to see stocks that have done 500,000 shares. So you're going to be using these other filters to weed out the stuff because, hey, let's face it, there's a lot of stocks out there that are going to close on a 15-minute high. But I'm guessing that you have a concept you're trying to develop here, and that's a key, crucial part of that concept. So whatever else is included in your concept there, Rodakis, I'm horrible at pronouncing some of these usernames. Whatever else you want to qualify this scan with would probably weed out the rest of the noise, but your question is how to scan for 15 minutes candle to close. So the operative thing here is you're going to want to check this scan every 15 minutes. And every 15 minutes, I would venture to guess you're going to double click the top list window that is the position in 15-minute range, and it's going to throw everything up to the top that just closed that 15-minute time period at the top of that range. Or let's just say you could maybe put a 95 or a 96 in the minimum, and you'll have the ones that were close, but it's up to you. Rodak, got it. I'll call you Rodak. So hopefully that makes sense. That's the magic filter you want to use. Position in 15-minute range and use a minimum value of 99 or 100. Linda, this is a live stream, so it's not being recorded. However, pretty sure you can grab on the YouTube bar here is as the live stream continues throughout the day before it shuts down at any time, you could grab that YouTube bar right there, and you could slide back and see what I was talking about 15 minutes ago, like so. Bring it back to live. That's what I would suggest. All right, I'll be with you for another 10 or 12 minutes or so. Actually, it is recorded and these are saved. Okay, I didn't know that. Rodak to the rescue. Thank you. Good to know. All right, we're all caught up on questions. Tesla added to the S&P 500. I got out of this one yesterday. I left some money on the table. So there's our sellers in Cliff. They're making it rough here at this 907 level. Not going to make it easy. Hell, it could retreat today and just back off another day or two and regroup. You can't stop Riot. There we go. Oof, look at that. Do you see that blue line I drew there, you guys, for a reason? That's a significant level. If Riot gets to that level, I'm going to be selling half. It might happen today. Okay, Walter, I was able to load the shared A table. Can you please show again how to put the limit on the stock price Put a limit on the stock price and configure to an A table scan for a specific time frame. So again, if we're looking at something on the A table that we like and we're going to watch and monitor here, I'm not chasing anything. Let's just look for a interesting, simple example here. Okay, CGC, marijuana stock. Let's say I'd like to know if it takes out today's high. I'm going to right click right there in the chart. I'm going to create my price alert. Notes go in there. Save. I will now not miss it if it trades through and tags that blue line. This is now an alert to let me know this thing might be ready to take out prior highs, and maybe I want to participate. If I buy it here, it's a gamble, it's a risk, it's an anticipation. So I'll do that for the wait. The second part of your question was, how can I scan for a specific time frame? So this is a T window. It's called a top list window. It's going to scan every 30 seconds and it's going to refresh, and it's sorted by the short float. Short floats of the highest measures come to the top. But I think your question is, if I want to go back and look at a time, we only have the option of right click time frame. Like I've always, right click time frame, use historical date. You can go back anytime you want in a 3-month period, but the problem is you're only going to get a 5-minute snapshot. I can go back to 10:50 a.m. yesterday, and there it is. That's what this looked like yesterday at the date range up top, 10:50 a.m. to 10:55:59. So the answer to your question is you're only going to be allowed a 5-minute snapshot. So you could do 5 minutes, then come back and do the next 5 minutes, and the third 5 minutes, and there's your 15-minute snapshot. That's the best way to manipulate time history in the T windows. Hopefully, Walter, that asked your question. I meant limit the cost in the A table. Limit the cost. Oh, I see. So, gotcha. So back to configure. You go to the filters and notice that we have price. I've put a maximum of $25 in there. The A table junior will have nothing more than $25. The A table senior, however, this one is probably unlimited. Yeah, this one's unlimited. There's no price filter in there whatsoever. Amazon would show up in there if it wanted to. So hopefully that helps answer your question, Walter. Thank you for the qualification. Again, this DraftKings is running right smack into the anchored VWAP. We'll see what happens. All right, I think we're caught up on questions, everybody. That's good. Getting the most out of it. All right, Ali, I'm brand new with trade ideas. I watch most of the TI University, and what are the best start to build up my account with alert windows I should use to avoid chubbies? Well, you probably need to first and foremost find out what type of trader do you want to be. Do you want to be somebody who takes home stocks overnight and be a swing trader? Or do you want to jump in and jump out and try and match wits with the algorithms and the computers out there? I choose the former. I'm a swing trader. I don't mind taking risk home. Works out more often than not for me. Sometimes it doesn't. But you want to first define what your time frame is. And if you are a longer term swing trader, then something like the A table is more for you. If you're somebody that wants to trade the action, then you might go to one of these channel bars here. For instance, one is called Alpha Predator. That's for somebody. These are quick moving stocks, moving fast with high relative volume, possibly low floats. It's dangerous, but that's where the crazy action is. You could start building from that. Definitely be patient. It's not something you can hone in and create overnight. It's a constant work in progress, but I think just focus on what your risk level and your risk appetite is and what time frame you want to play in. I don't know what you mean, chubby stocks. What to build up my account? What alert window should I use to avoid a chubby stocks? I'm not sure what that means. DNK trying for high of the day. I saw somebody in this earlier. Well, how about that? If you're not using the 10-period simple moving average like I am, you're missing out on key levels of the day there, whether or not support will hold or fail. Yeah, it looks like it wants to go back and threaten those highs again for sure. Great relative volume, 520 times normal relative volume. Would love nothing more than to see the trade of the week cut through that level like butter and not even look back. Another beautiful example of the 10-day moving average. GoPro, everybody got excited and chased these earnings. Let's do something here. Well, before I do that, notice it came back, filled the gap, sideways 4 days, like clockwork right there, right off the 10-period moving average. That was it. That's all it needed. But just for fun, let's use the anchored VWAP after a major event. So everybody that chased the opening tick on GoPro, where is the anchored VWAP in relation to that event? So we'll take the 15-minute chart, we'll grab our anchor, grab the first candle of the day. It calculates from the close of that candle. Hey now, GoPro is now on the right side of momentum again. Everybody that bought up here is now back in the money in terms of the masses. Only looking at this period, only looking at this group of participants that chased the earnings, they are now back above water in the green, and that gives confidence to the long holders to not sell yet. Stick around, see what else is in order. So we're getting that breakthrough, and then look at the 10 SMA on my 15-minute chart, just everything lining up perfectly. And wouldn't you know, look at that too. Look at that. Look at how the candle broke through, came back, found support, broke through, came back, found support. I mean, it's almost like clockwork. I'm starting to see more and more in the last couple months. Brian Shannon has really opened my eyes to the anchored VWAP, and I'm a believer. I'm going to tell him right now, long GoPro from yesterday. Broke through the earnings, a VWAP. Okay, let's see. I think we're getting close to my time running out here. Let's see, any more? I mean, bull trap move, meaning just enter the trade and it goes against you in reverse direction. There's really nothing we can do for that, Ollie. It's just nothing more than manage your trade. What I would suggest for that is, as long as the trade remains above the 10-period simple moving average on the daily, and ideally on the 10-period simple moving average on the 15-minute chart, as long as the price remains above both of those, I would stay in. If it closes below either of those, then you got whipsawed. Get out. Walter, today trade options. Do you think the short squeeze table may offer? Yeah, I think it very well could because the short squeeze candidates near the top, they could have a lot of rocket fuel in there in terms of short float that needs to get worked out. They're competing with other buyers who want to go long and invest in it. They can only get out by buying, so that could be a type of thing that takes a while to work out. I watched Wayfair back in the early days of COVID just destroy the short sellers day after day. They can go on for a long time, and those are the types of option moves that you could make really nice money on. All right. I think Barry might be in a moment. I'll let him know I'm going to stop here in a minute. Walter, if you want to talk options, Sean is the guy to talk to about that. He's the options master here. There's another CLF high. Good to see. You could just do info at trade-idea and ask for Sean.
All right, guys. Okay, I'm back in the. How do you reach out to Sean? Okay, I'm back in the YouTube feed. You can send let's see, an email to info at -trade ideas. I'm answering somebody in the YouTube feed, and just say attention, Sean, and ask him the question. Okay, Walter. Yeah, so this room is open 9 to 3 every day, Eastern time, okay? Well, holidays. What do you? No, not U.S. market holidays. No, I'm not open on U.S. market holidays. So next week, for instance, Thursday, not open. And I may open it. It's only a half a day on Friday. I may open it. I may not be on the mic. All right, guys. Wow, what a day. I mean, this is. Oh, there's RVP, guys. RVP. This is one of those ones that look at where it is on the monthly chart. 963. That's the high looking left on that monthly chart. I mean, this had that insane run from 59 cents all the way up to $14 or 13.55. That was over a course of a few months. But even if you just start here at $1.46, so in 4 months it went from $1.46 to 13.77. The big pullback 3 months ago, but trying to come back now again, trying to crawl its way back. Yeah, Walter. Okay, good for you because yeah, Sean is definitely our options trader. I mean, well, when I say our option trader, that's what he's done all his life. So he can certainly help you a lot more than I can. Talking to somebody in the YouTube feed. All right, guys. So I'm just getting set to do my video. So I'm going to put the link. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put the link for my videos that I do. Actually, if you just give me a moment here. Okay, so if you click on my homepage link and you'll come to my homepage, and right there, my market recap. It's not really a market recap. It's kind of what's happened in the room up to this point. So you can sign up for that right there. I do it usually about a couple of hours after I finish. It gets sent out via email. So I will put myself on mute now, put the announcement in. Okay, guys, I'm putting myself on mute now. All right, guys, I'm back. And let me get rid of the message. And guys, guess what is starting to move now? Cliff, CLF, starting to move. Finally took out that 9. Well, maybe if maybe it's under development then. If you're not getting the whole thing, I haven't checked. I didn't check it, but maybe it's still under development. I asked about it. I mean, we used to have it, and I noticed he added. I asked him today. I said, "Why don't we still have it?" And so he added it. But let's just see what happens. Yeah, okay. So it's not fully fleshed out, okay? Well, guys, another winner from the trade of the week, really. You could have got this. You could have got this one at say easily at 860 yesterday, easily. You know, because it pulled back and it sat around 952, 954. So you could have taken that trade at 860 yesterday. No, you can't do that, Torps. Well, in case somebody was saying they couldn't. Well, what are you talking about? You know, it hit 980 or 880 in the pre-market. How was I going to take it then? And but it pulled back. No, this is that right here, just to show you. So I don't think I'm. See, it pulled back all the way to 854, and that's a 15-minute. And so you could have got it right in here easily. So there's the other one. Talking about. I mean, the other one that I mention often as potential swings. You know, the GRWG. I mean, there's the other one. This is I just keep calling this. Looks like this is the best cannabis play because it really hasn't been affected that much by the overall sector. I mean, yeah, MJ's up a little bit today, but it really hasn't been affected that much by the overall sector. No, Riot, there's no news. I mean, it is just because of blockchain. Okay, crypto is going crazy, so there's no news. It's just that Riot has been one of these pet favorites. Okay, I don't think there's any specific news for it. It's just that Riot in the past has done crazy things. Look back here in 2017. During crypto, $46. So I mean that's all. This might be a split adjusted, but still. So it's just one of those known entities that traders will pile into for a while, kind of like the Mara, MARA. All right, Urban, you're going to move over to 50 for me. So I'm out some 18. So I'm in at 1814. It took some out right around there, 1840. Just going to hold on to see if it can take out 2850. Aha, and look at Tech. Remember Tech was, so Tech, there's a little divergence right now. And now Tech has gone mildly positive. The NAS has gone mildly positive. All right, so this one just got halted. I don't anticipate big things. 522, 522. I don't know if this was really an IPO here or a symbol name change. If it's an IPO, it's a real cheap one. And that is JUPW. Yeah, DNK, I mean, it had that massive pop right off the bat there. Market open and it went from 141 all the way up to 252. So you're talking about that one, Rodax hair. I don't even want to guess why you're calling yourself Rodax hair, but okay. And it's in the YouTube feed. Pulled back to 204. Very choppy on that 15 minute though. Boy, okay, RVP just took out that little high right there, 963, barely. It's sort of sitting there now, RVP. I'm not going to. I don't want to know. But there was some thought going into your nickname or your pseudonym, so the vault. How many though from the vault? How many alerts from the vault today, Vicky? No, really. I know Kojak. I don't know Rodak. Okay. 14. That's not too bad. That's not too bad. All right, you'll be. I'll not Prozac, Kojak. You guys wonder what I'm talking about? I'm conversing with somebody in the YouTube feed. All right, guys. So MGen is a gap up and go. I mean, it has just, really been pretty steady all day long. And what I also did, just to check to see, okay, when was the first time for the alert? So I duplicated the window. Duplicate, came up with this, duplicate, came up with this, and then what I did was I went to properties, don't repeat for the day. So now I can see the very first time the alert. So there's MGen 1984, 2105 now. That's pretty good. I'll let Vicky tell you what the vault is. It's an old AI strategy that for about 1 month, maybe 2 years ago, 3 years ago, was producing some incredible returns. And then for whatever reason, even though it was optimized every night, it never returned. I don't even know if it's one of the strategies. But again, for about a 1 month period, it was incredible. I mean, I can give it to you, but don't ask me how to trade it. Oops. Okay, don't ask me anything about it. Okay, I mean, you're going to see that there are a ton of. I'll pop it in though. Oops. Okay. What happened there? Sorry about that. So it's right underneath. Okay, I don't know. I must have accidentally copied all that stuff. So it's right there. There's the link for it. It's called the Vault. Yeah, look at DNK, guys. My friend Rodak. Rodak and look at the volume that is coming into DNK, just made a new high. Look at the volume though that came in. Now, that's the key thing. Look at the volume on that 2-minute chart. I mean, over 1 million shares, 45 million. It's traded the float about. It's going to easily be 1.5, maybe 2 times. If you're asking me, Drora, I don't know. I mean, I'm not going to. You know that. I can't recommend. I'm not going to say, yes, get in now. So somebody asked me about my thoughts on NIO. Earnings are coming if we're right here, after hours today. I'm just not an earnings player. Okay, so I'm not going to say, yes, I've heard that earnings are going to be great and it's going to blow right through. I mean, So I have no thoughts like that. My only thoughts is I don't trade earnings. It's that simple. My only thoughts are. All right, guys, I'm all out of the urban, so it didn't look like it wanted to take out that 50, so I'm out in the 40s, so I'm all out. Meanwhile, the CCRN is flying here. Cross Country Healthcare. Where are you out of? Boca Raton, okay? Yeah, meanwhile, how did that Citron's call that this was, yeah, I mean, it's supposed to go back to 25. Not looking too good right now. Yeah, I just don't gamble. I mean, I'm being asked questions about trading earnings and stuff. I just do not I do not gamble. And even though looks like this is, ahead of earnings, it's being bid up, but I just don't gamble. You never know what could happen. I don't think people are expecting huge earnings or anything like that. It's more about guidance. But you know what? Always a time to trade afterwards. I mean, if the reaction is good, you don't have to worry so much. Will you, if it gapped up $10, do you miss that $10 gap? Yeah, of course you do. But if you want to take that chance, and I'm not talking to you specifically, MC, okay? I'm just talking in general about earnings. Well, Mr. Rodak's hair, nice alert on the DNK. Why don't you come into the other room also? There's a little more activity and a lot more traders in there. So I mean, you want to pop into the other room, and I'm talking about right here. Okay, okay, you can stay there. Uh, no, 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 no. There's a YouTube feed at the same time. Okay, it looks like this. There's a YouTube feed. They see my screen. They hear me also. There's just not as much action, among traders. That's all. So I mean, if you're looking for more action, then this is the place to be, and you're already in there. Yeah, now this one's interesting. Look at this CSWC. Now, the volume, it just is sneaking in my minimum volume requirement. So I tell you, it's just you've been there before. The YouTube feed, you've been there before. It's just the concurrent feed that I moderate both rooms, okay? You've been there. I know you've been there. So you don't have to be there now. You're not missing anything. Well, there's nothing. Yeah, there's nothing. Nothing happens in there that doesn't happen here. If somebody mentions a stock in that room, I'll also mention it here, so you don't have to worry. Look at CSWC. What's the spread like? Yeah, it's not bad actually. Boy, look at this one. This has got a lot of. The only thing is, the last trade is 1721. The bid ask is 1718 now, so it's below the last trade. Not that that's a big deal if it's going to move higher. Look at the room this one has got. CSWC, little financial. Where is it out of? Okay, so it's a US based stock. Nice little break here out of, a little bit of consolidation on the 15s. All right, I'm going to take a look at Reels 2 scans. Okay. There's one of them. And there's the other one. I'm talking to somebody in YouTube. Okay, there are the two. Fossil was, pretty good. A little bit erratic, but 955 from my watch list. Over 10 now. What is this one doing? 27.98. Yeah, this was actually pretty good. 27.98. Got up to 28.59. This one could be good, guys. I'd like to see it settle down just a little bit. Make sure that spread doesn't go crazy. 17.20 right now. 17.17, 17.20 right now. The alert was at 17.17. Why is it on the watch list? Because, it has all this room. So I'm not saying it's going to get up to 22, certainly not today, but that's why a stock makes my watch list. So you can use this watch list as potential swing trades. It's up to you, but potential swing trades. Most of them have maybe not, the same sort of room, but they have some room. BBT, obviously. CTIB. I think this one was more from this morning. The ANH, look at the room it's got. So, even if it says nothing, it just sits here all day. Look at the room it's got. So if it continues tomorrow, it's only up. It's hardly up at all, 2%. But what if it just is basing over 2, sits there, and then maybe tomorrow it starts to inch its way up again? It's a big float, so it's not going to be one of these crazy, crazy movers, but, it has room. 360. Fossil, again, look at the room this has on the monthly chart. And, obviously the C, just talking about the CSYC or WC, look at the room it's got. So you might be mixing. A low float is just the number of shares available for floating. So if you're talking about what I consider a low float, for me, anything under 20 million is a low float. Okay, anything under 20 million for me is a low float. Some might say 10 million. Some might say 5 million. But I'll certainly, anything under 20, I think is considered what I would consider a low float. But as I always have to premise that, if a person is used to trading Facebook with and stocks with multi-billion-dollar floats, 100 million would be low to them. But for me, 20 million, and then the lower the better if the stock's in play. But you also run the risk of a very low float like this one right here, the SQBG, can be incredibly whippy. Okay, only 1 million in the float. I'm just going to say BCLI. I was just going to say, you beat me to it, Torps. BCLI, trying a little bit here. I'm still going to be stubborn. Wait for about a 420 break. But there's a cross. Yeah, right at $4. 80 EMA crossing above the 20 SMA. Now this, again, got beaten up badly today. Failed. Late stage results failed. Yeah, Mogo early. This really faded after the market. Well, during the market or pre-market, this really faded. Yeah, look at this. This hit a high in the pre-market. Now you're right. Volume is coming in. This is one of those late bloomers, maybe now. Again, that when I next week when I hopefully can concentrate a little more on trading, this is what I used to look for. These ones that were really, really active. Then they kind of rest, and then all of a sudden, out of nowhere, volume comes in. But this is the pre-market. What did it get to? Got to about 266 in the pre-market, And it got all the way down to $1.95. That's a big percentage drop. But look at the volume that's coming in. So it's, and look at CBAT. CBAT now gap down and reverse. And look at the volume coming into CBAT. Still negative. Still, still down 15%, but coming back. So PJ, you do know that NIO has earnings after hours today. You do know that, right? Or if you don't know that, they do have earnings after hours. Optinose, somebody mentioned in the YouTube feed, Optinose, OPTN. I really, really like this one back. This is a few months ago. No, is that last year or maybe around here? Yeah, this was towards the end of last year, or maybe it was here. It probably was here. Yeah, I remember now. Thinking, there it is in June of this year. Thinking, if it could just clear here, and it tried, and then it just look at this. I think this was on my watch list for quite a while, just in case it could clear that 11, and then because look left, I mean, it has a ton of room, ton of room. It just didn't do it. All right, guys, it is Tuesday, so today is marketing meeting day at 2 o'clock. Okay, just a moment, please. I want to check something. All right, so NAS has just gone slightly negative. So the markets are still down a little bit. Well, NAS is down just a little bit. Well, this AHT taking its sweet time. I mean, it has yesterday's high. What is IHT doing? They were trading in tandem. Not really. Okay. So, yeah, from that. So, really a nothing day from the AI today. Amy, I have no idea what they are saying, and I, not to be mean, but I never listen to what they quote unquote are saying. I have no. The question was, what are they saying on earnings for NIO? I have no idea. I really have no idea. But it really wouldn't matter. They could tell me that they're going to have sky high earnings. They could tell me anything they want, and I'm not getting into it before earnings. I don't expect. I mean, I don't think the earnings themselves are going to be anything. I think it's more guidance. I don't know how they're going to guide. Okay, one moment, please. Haven't looked at Highland for a while. Yeah, well, it's definitely trying to come back. I mean, this was, again, one of the SPACs. Got all the way up to 45 and cut almost by 2/3 down here. Trying to come back. Well, certainly crypto, but they rotate. And then who knows? Maybe SPACs. Remember, I mean, if you were, I don't know how long you've been in the room, but there was a time where a week or two where SPACs were crazy. Speaking of that, I haven't looked at the one that I'm still, yeah, still hanging at 10. It seems like years ago that I was in this IPOB. This was my swing trade that worked out extremely well. And then just waiting on the IPOC. It hasn't moved really, $10, so it hasn't moved. I'm not in it. I want to, when I say I'm waiting on it, I don't mean I'm in it. Waiting for something to happen. Yeah, but I would also argue the EVs are not dead at all. Duo, I haven't seen Duo for a long time. Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. What an ugly daily chart though, but yep. But it did get as high. What did it get as high as? Seven, almost right to that level here. It's amazing how that worked. 774, and the high right over here was 777 before it stopped. If you're having on, well, you may not be able to hear me. Yeah, market is putting a little bit of a downward move here now. We've got two, not a huge candle. Let's see if this area holds. That's kind of maybe a bit of a key area if the market's going to have a rebuttal right here at that level. We'll see if that happens. Okay, give me one moment, please. I'll be right back. All right, I'm back. All right, guys, so this marketing meeting will start in about 3 minutes or so. So I will be bowing out. I'll be still here. I'll be able to answer questions text-wise if I can. I'll just be muted. Well, I've okay. It's probably because you're wondering about earnings. I mean, again, as I've said before, I don't trade. I mean, it has earnings after hours today. So I mean, the bets seem to be placed, but I just don't trade earnings. So those are my thoughts. I mean, if they come out in terms of the guidance, I think it's more the guidance than the actual earnings themselves. If they put some crazy guidance, hey, anything could happen. But you know what? A lot of this could already be built in. I mean, we just don't know. So I just don't play earnings. It's that simple. Poor Candy cannot hold 10. Yeah, I mean, look at this. This is actually that's a short right there. I mean, there's a green bar ignored. There's that green bar totally engulfed by the previous green red candle. The trigger would have been about 986. That's a potential short. 928 on the 15 is maybe support. So, all right, guys. So I will put the announcement in. I'm going to put myself on mute right now. I'm just going to put the announcement in. Okay, guys. So I'm just going to put myself on mute. All right, guys, I'm back. And man, Urban. Yeah, look at Urban, how it came all right out of that little consolidation right there. And it just had a nice little pop. I'm not in it anymore, but man. Yeah, I'm kind of watching that BCLI. Love to see it take out a slightly higher area. I'm not convinced it's going to go. All right, so I see your question. Thinking of building a scanner only looking for breakout from descending on high volume. So you're talking about something that is descending and then has some volume? Okay. Off the top of my head, I don't know of something. However, you might want to take a look at this and you might be able to build something. Just give me a moment here. Yeah, I'm all in. No, you're not, MJ. I know you're kidding. I'm going to load something from the cloud here. And this is biggest pullback winners, okay? You can take a look at this. Now, whether this is coming back on volume or not, you might want to add a volume. No, I know he's kidding. Of course he's kidding. So what this is looking at, take a look at the filters. So stock is still up 3%, but it is pulling back. The price is down 30 in the last 30 minutes. So you might want to add a volume filter in here, like a 1 minute volume. Search. I mean, I'll add it and see. I have no idea. Okay, I don't know how many you're going to get. So a 1 minute or a 5 minute. I guess we can't do it in the top list window. Maybe a 5 minute volume percent. I'm going to give it to you. Maybe put 500%. Let's see what happens if I do that. Yeah, that's what I thought. You see, you may not get very many. Let's I'll make it 100%. See if I get anything. Yeah. So you might have to just play around with it, okay? I'm going to give it to you. So these are stocks that have been up, still up 3%, but have pulled back in the last 30 minutes. And I added that little volume component. So I really don't know, if it's going to give you what you want. Off the top of my head, I don't have anything for you. Okay? Yeah, well, certainly in advance. I mean, look, obviously this is a highly, highly followed stock. And in advance of earnings, I mean, yeah, a lot of people are probably, I just don't do that. I just don't do it. A lot of volume, 200 million, even with a billion in the float, that's 1.5 times normal. So AHT, I mean, look at that nice pop actually, 418 up to 438, pulled back a little bit. It's still holding that 80 MA in the 2-minute chart, so it has not broken free of that. Vroom. Okay, so I'm trying to answer somebody on the YouTube feed. Well, I mean, a big move up can obviously, I mean, if it really is parabolic, can lead to a move down. So I'm not sure how to answer your question exactly. I mean, a lot of people look for big moves up because they think, okay, eventually this is going to, not looking at just this one, but eventually it's going to top out. You know, the magic, of course, is trying to figure out where is it going to top out. Okay. Okay. Happened during earnings call. Okay. I mean, I don't really know. I don't know what you're getting at exactly. There's nothing. Obviously, a stock that has a big move up doesn't absolutely mean it's going to move down, but a lot of people look for those big moves up to short the tops. And if it happens, it happens. It's just the reverse of stocks that have had big, well, almost like the BCLI, kind of, except that it has, that has been basing for a long time. But a stock that just starts moving down, eventually it will rebound. It's just a matter of where is it going to rebound. I'm not talking BCLI, but I'm talking about something like I don't have one off the top of my head, or don't have an example right now. But if you see a stock that's 3 or 4 or 5 15-minute candles down in a row, ultimately, it'll probably find a bottom for a while. Speaking of BCLI, I'm pulling for you, Torps. Oh, except LK, yes. I mean, poor old L. Well, I shouldn't say poor old LK. I do. I don't wear a watch. I wear my fitness watch. How's that, William? Different? Okay. It's still a watch. It's. But I know what you're saying. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, just to have a straight watch that does nothing else other than tell time. Yeah. Okay, one moment, please. Yeah, I mean, to completely get off track, I mean, I have a decent watch that I use, I guess, if I'm going out for a special occasion, I suppose. But other than that, yeah, I just don't. My fitness watch, and that's it. My Galaxy S3, whatever it is. Man, RVP guys. I mean, I can't wait to really, really pay attention. Look at this one, 937 RVP. I know I mentioned it right around here. And look at this now, 989, is it? 989 from 937. No, not at all a dreamer. Nope, nope, nope. Well, let's see now. Market is okay. It did not. Remember, I had an alert set here. It may have actually triggered, but market is still okay. Is still looking good. I bet you the SPY looks like it's going to go positive by the end of the day. Tech is up a little. Dow is still down, and that's CBAT. Holy smokes, yes, 10 plus easy. I don't know where the. I think this is the one that had the symbol name change. Yeah, it had to. I think this is the symbol name change. Still negative. I mean, it's still negative. I mean, here's where it closed yesterday, but it is way above the open now. Way above the open. You can tell by that green candle. Still below the close of yesterday, but coming back. Okay, so again, gap down and reverse. There's CBAT right at the open, 939 or at 930. So the trigger was at 879, 1039 right now. So what I've done here again is this is just the non-repeat version. Okay, so I can see when the first alert happened. What did it do since that alert? Yeah, that's BCLI. I don't know. I mean, you got some big topping tails now on the 15-minute right here. You can't see it. There we go. 15-minute chart. Some topping tails now. So I don't have to tell you, Torps, to now we have a cross down. ADMA crossing down below the 20 SMA in the 2-minute chart. A cross down. Well, if you took, I've got my sound alert is "Oh man" on this, and "Oh man" for RVP. And there's Gannett, GCI. Oh, oh man. I mean, look at this. Look at the room it's got if it keeps going. I mean, it's been beaten up badly. But look at this on this month. But look left. You've got 356, the next high looking left. And PLTR just can't hold its gains. What did it get to? Got it to 1876, so it's dropped about $1. I mean, not terrible, but not if you're swinging it. Remember, this is what you might want to use as your. Though, if I got in at 16, I think somebody in the room said they got in at around 16. I'd be hard pressed not to take some out when it got to 1876, and then you can always add back if it holds and pops. RVP just took out 10, guys. Look at the volume that came in also. RVP just took out 10. So it's blasted through that high the last month. I don't see any specific reason. When we get these, it's just because. Interesting. I obviously don't have a relative volume filter in here because that relative volume is terrible. I could add one, but let's see if I don't want to get too many extraneous alerts, but that's a terrible relative volume. Now it's skewed because of this week, I think. It really skewed because the volume is still pretty good. 3 million in the float, traded 2 million. I mean, that's very good. I mean, it's traded 2/3 the float. Yeah, those are those retractable. I think there was retractable needles, the Dreamer. I think. Overstock is considered a Bitcoin, okay, a blockchain, crypto play. That's why. Check it out way back. These days. Never mind this one, but back here, and this move up here was all to do with. Yeah, not here though. Not here. Oh, maybe here even. But here is where I didn't even know that Overstock was going to be considered a crypto play. But it was back here, and then it fell like all the rest of the cryptos. This I think was something else. I may be wrong, but yeah, now SQ for sure because that they said they would be taking a Bitcoin and stuff like that. I guess SQ. Okay, where do I send the bill if it doesn't work? Okay, I'll see how it closes today. Okay. Yeah, White House. Right. And how long do I hold it? Just tomorrow? I guess if you're saying thank me tomorrow, you're anticipating a pop today, or tomorrow. I'm talking to GKK. Well, I shall take it under advisement. Okay. I'm going to see how it closes today. There's the high right there. You too, Thomas. Yeah, it's almost time for me to wrap this up. I'll be shutting the room down at 3. 3 days left for the test drive. So again, if you do still want to take part in the test drive, you'll have 3 days. It'll still cost you, it'll be about $3 a day. If you think that's worth it, then sign up. And I'll put this in here. And just so, I always want to be transparent here. When you click on the test drive link, it is not 2 weeks, okay? It will end on the 20th. So don't think you're going to get 2 weeks. It'll end on the 20th, so you'll have Wednesday, Thursday, Friday. So again, if you think it's worth it to spend $3 a day to try out our premium service, then sign up for it. All right, so MB, this is an alert window. This is an M is a multi-strategy window, and T is a top list window. So I am going to give you, the 20 short lessons, okay? And that outlines everything. What is a top, oops. When you click on that link, let me just get to my homepage link. So when you click on that link, there it is, the 20 lessons. That means it won't take you 20 days, but if you take the lessons, then this will explain what is a top list, what is an alert window, what is a multi-strategy window. So those are the TM&As, okay? Well, virtually everything, Walter, you can use after hours. As long as you make your, as long as you, in a top list window, for instance, make sure, the question was, what do I need to do to scan after hours? Okay, so if you have a top list window, make sure it says Live Always. Okay, so you right click, Live Always. That's one. That's for a top list window. We do have a channel devoted to after hours. Click on new, channel bar. And right at the bottom here, after hours. Okay, so we do have a channel that is devoted to after hours. Also, type in post, you can add. So post market highs, okay, you can add that as an alert. So if you have an alert window, you can add that, post market highs. but the channel is there. I mean, is the after hours channel. So did that answer your question, Walter? I don't understand. Do it on B plus. We can all see what happens. I'm not sure. I know what you mean, Jay. I'm not sure I understand what you mean by that comment. Yeah, right on the move. Oh, I see. I see what you're talking about. Mara. Okay, sure. Why not? I know. I know what you mean. All right. 500 shares at the market. Okay, there we go. And tomorrow when it's $5, I'll sell it. So I'm going to put at a target $5. Okay, 498. Oops, not the stop. $4.98. Okay. Here we go. Now I'll put a stop. Well, if I'm going to put so that's a couple of dollars. So I'll put my stop $1 away. Okay, so there we go. $2 target, $1 stop. Based on nothing. And I may take this for real depending how it closes. You got one share of NIO left? Oh, just to see. um, well, I don't. Whoops, I don't want it to. I don't want it to collapse. So I'm not looking for a big pullback to take it. I'm looking for more holding. Its highs. Because when we look left, there's the high, 311. What did it get to today? 316. So I wanted to keep in this area here. I'd love to see it close over 3. This is just for fun, okay? I mean, this is for fun, and I may take it in my real account. I'm not going to go crazy, but just for fun. Why not? All right, guys, so we're getting close to the end. Well, the other XPEV is really starting to give it up. XPEV. It's a pretty big candle on volume for XPEV. Trading stocks can be fun. As long as you don't say the new normal. I'm so fed up with that term. Yeah, I see fuel cell. And a red bar ignored. At 5 minute on the 5 minute, red bar completely engulfed by the previous green candle. Next candle is green, moves above the high of that red bar. Can signify. I mean, I really am interested. I mean, this is one that I could consider swinging. If you believe in this, this whole thing about, the EV, the fuel cells and EV infrastructure, not the car itself, but the infrastructure. Oh, I see. You were asking a real question, Lucky. I'm sorry. I thought you were talking about the normal. Okay. I believe it's a 10-day period. Sorry about that. Now that is, am I going to like what I see? VLDR. Yeah, it's starting to come back. Now that was the old, that was your graph, right? Yeah. I'm not in Mara. Listen, Prana, we're just having a little bit of fun, okay? Okay, I mean, this is not a recommendation to take Mara. All right, I'm in, and this just because one of our good posters said, "Why don't you try this?" Okay, this is not a recommendation, and I won't know till the end of the day, towards the end of the day, if I'm going to take this in my real account. Yeah, this is, excuse me, we do, I mean, we rarely do this. I mean, the GKK said, take it, you'll thank me. So, I mean, I'll never say something like that. Well, when you say normal, it is the average over the last, okay, when you say normal, okay, yeah. So if you take the average over the last 10 minutes or last 10 days, the average 5 minutes over the last 10 days, that's what it's saying, 300%. All right, guys, we've got about 2 minutes left. Any final thoughts, any questions before I pack it up? Go see the Dalai Lama. Dalai Lama, okay? He probably has a better idea than I do. Go to the mountaintop. Boy, this will be on my watch list for tomorrow. Absolutely, 100% for sure. RVP. Boy, this could start to fill in that void. Well, I don't have any. Listen, the only thing about NIO, it has earnings after hours, so that's all I can say. I have no expertise on what they're going to say, what they're going to guide. So my only thought is I will never take it ahead of earnings, but be interesting to see what the reaction to whatever they're going to say. Again, don't expect big earnings as such, big revenues, but it's all about guidance. How are they going to guide? What do they think they're going to do? And your guess is as good as mine. You don't smell an offering from Mara, though, do you? I know. I know. All right, guys. It is now, well, it's about 8 seconds to 3 o'clock. Any other questions? Yeah, the AHT. I mean, it took a long time, but 4.6%, not bad. I wouldn't say the AI had a great day today, but I'll take one. I didn't take that one, but all right, everybody. I think that is it. I don't see any other questions. So, okay, wait a minute. What is causing the charts to freeze? My charts are not freezing. So don't mistake. These charts refresh every 8 to 10 seconds, if that's what you're talking about. So when you click on a real-time alert, that is the real time. But if you don't move from it, it'll take about 8 seconds to refresh, if that's what you're talking about. So they're not really frozen. That's just the way it is. Yeah, so the question was about idea surfing. Well, every time you click, if you start surfing, I haven't even talked about surfing, but if you click on the surfing, what it does is it takes a look at all of the top list windows that you have, and it runs through the top 3 as you have them sorted, and it'll load the charts. Okay, so I don't know which one this is on now, but if you go to the chart, it'll pause the surfing. So you can take a look at the chart for a little bit longer. I believe the cycle is 5 seconds a chart. But if you click on an alert, it'll stop the surfing. It's that simple. Okay? And this is a toggle on and off. But if you start surfing, okay, and it basically goes through. So right now, I'm going to show you. It's at this one right here, XLRE. It'll go to XLI next. So I don't know what delay I've got on mine, but it'll go to XLI next. I said it'll go to XLI. Oh, I've got it on pause. There it goes. Okay, there's XLI. It's because I went, oh, I see. When I go into Brokers Plus, it pauses it too. Okay, now I understand. And then it'll go to KBE. There, see, it went to KBE. And now it's done. Now it'll go to another top list. And it'll just keep cycling through all the top list windows that you have up and running until you tell it to stop. Stopping, clicking on an alert, pausing, going to a chart, or literally the toggle on and off. Okay, MB? Yeah. Well, that's what I was looking at. XPav really took a dive. And so is LI. How's Candy doing? They all look like Candy's kind of holding. Candy's actually holding well compared to the other 3. So, bets are being placed a little bit right now that, whatever they're going to release, nobody wants to be holding. No, nobody, but. All right, everybody, I think that's it. I don't see any other questions, so I think I'll wrap this up right now. And we will do this again starting tomorrow at 9 o'clock Eastern Time. Hope everybody has a great evening, and we shall see you then. Bye-bye.